Good morning once again to all attendees that are joining us from a virtual way in this second high-level conference on illegal wildlife trade in the Americas. Being carried out in the Santa Teresa Hotel in Cartagena, we will start the second day with the panel Local Perspectives, Best Practices from local communities to reduce wildlife illegal trade. This panel is moderated by Natalia Arango from Fondo Acción, and she's joined by Carlos Andrés Hinojosa, who will share a presentation of projects that have been executed by local communities of fisher people from the Pacific coast of Colombia. We will also have Sergio Saúl Quenevo from the Tacana community in Bolivia, as well as America Rodriguez. She's joining us in a virtual manner from Guatemala. I would like now to give the floor to Natalia Arango from Fondo Acción, the moderator for this next panel. Good morning. Can you hear me well? Yes. Thank you very much for joining us, for accepting this invitation to change this session, because this session was to be held yesterday at 4 p.m. So we want to thank you for your participation. I know that there are people who've traveled from far away, such as Sergio, so I'm really thankful that he has made it to stay. My name is Natalia Arango. I am the executive director of Fondo Acción. Fondo Acción is a Colombian organization, a private fund that invests in childhood and environment matters. We've been working for 22 years, and in these 22 years we've learned a lesson that I think is exactly justifying the fact that we're all sitting here today. And it's the fact that local communities are the ones that most information have, and actually the better information that parties have about decision making in their territories. Aside from this, in most cases they have rights and titles, both legitimate, over these territories that basically safeguard biodiversity. So basically the decisions that these communities legitimately make are the ones who affect positively or negatively on wildlife, illegal trade, also ecosystem management. And this is so important. We've been listening to different presentations and talks that have been very interesting about public policy measures, regulation measures that each country is taking, also countries being represented in this session and others. We've also heard about the initiatives, for example, from UN agencies, and these all make this happen.
Y podremos tener unas preguntas del público. 2 minutos, por favor. Muy bien. Entonces, América ya nos acompaña, la persona que está en Guatemala. Si no, voy a empezar con las presentaciones. A mi izquierda está Carlos Andrés Hinojosa, líder del Consejo Comunitario de las Comunidades Negras de La Plata, Bahía Málaga. Tiene estudios de técnico en manejo ambiental y técnico de información. Fue secretario general de la Junta de Consejo durante los años 2009 a 2014 y cofundador de la Asociación de Turismo Comunitario de Comanglar.
The creator of the Comanglar Tourism Association. He's worked in the protected areas of the La Sierra Regional Natural Park and environmental management for La Plata region, and specifically also for Bahía Málaga region. He currently is a leader and a member of the Association of Fisher People of Málaga, an association that has over 55 artisan fishermen. He is an advocate for the ancestral territories and also for the Malagueña territory and for the preservation of natural resources. And at my right hand I have Sergio Saúl Quenevo. He is an indigenous and also social communications professional from the community Tacana in Bolivia. He's also the chair of the Tacana Association. He specifically focuses on a friendly coexistence with nature, and he's focusing on the advocacy for the protection of Mother Earth and wildlife. as these are ancestral knowledges from his own culture. He also supports the implementation of the Territorial Management Plan, which is the map route for the development of his peoples and their relationship with nature. And well, hoping that the connection with America is enabled, I will introduce America Rodriguez. Has been working for over 18 years in community work in the Biosfera Mayan area of Petén, Guatemala, with non-indigenous and indigenous communities, promoting governance activities and also improving the welfare of co-inhabitants through health, livelihoods, and others. She's worked also with governmental and non-governmental initiatives, that she specifically works in the reduction of certain wildlife or environmental matters, such as, for example, illegal trafficking of wildlife. Now, having introduced our panelists, I will give the floor to Carlos Andrés. He's also part of the initiative Programa La Minga. This program is designed by Fondo Acción and also International Conservation Colombia, that's also received cooperation from the Swedish government and a donation from a patrimony fund, the Itahualpa Family Fund, and also international funds. In this context, this project that Carlos will talk about has been developed. Thank you all. It's an honor for me to be in this space, in this high-level conference. And as my colleague Natalia mentioned, my name is Carlos. I come from the Bahia Malaga community. It's located in the central area of the Colombian Pacific, specifically in the department of Valle del Cauca. And as an organization, we are fighting towards really maintaining the natural resources of our communities and our cultural activities as a fundamental base to continue the struggle and reach our purpose. So as Natalia just mentioned, La Minga is a program that seeks to maintain or ensure sustainability of the natural resource management in this protected area. In this case, these are three protected areas from the Colombian Pacific. One is located in Chocó department and two other regions in the littoral region in Bahia Malaga or Malaga Bay, over 20,000 hectares of conservation. We really try that all these resources are maintained day by day and ensured for future generations. The Traditional Fisher People Association of Bahia Malaga is a fishing association that has over 55 fisher people members, and it has worked, well, firstly with the regulation of the fishing activity to really sustainably exploit these resources, and we're working also in terms of the preservation of biological assets and resources that are day-to-day affected by the misuse of some fishing tools in our territory, or for example different stakeholders that extract resources from these areas. We're working also in a community monitoring initiative to really preserve marine turtles, in this case the carey turtle, as well as the green turtle. So why do we do this? Well, we consider that what's most fundamental in the territory is life and how life is created. Therefore, territory is not only the physical space where we live, it's also everything that surrounds us, the natural resources, fauna and flora resources. It also links to our cultural identity. It's all of these different relationships we create with this. For example, Bahia Malaga is a community that has over 300 years of settlement in this territory, and it has a high level of concentration thanks to those different actions that we've implemented in our community to be able to maintain this territory. In this way, we can ensure the territory to maintain and that we can actually inherit it as well through generations. Inheriting territory is a key piece to our culture and for future generations who will hopefully continue struggling and advocating for the safety of this territory and also for the advocacy of our cultural identities. We also have fisherwomen, fishermen, but also strategic partners that help us to develop tools for us to really develop solid information that helps us in our decision-making processes relating to the natural resources found in our territories. This is our location. This is the central region of the Valle del Cauca department in the Pacific coast of Colombia. This is a very strategic space or geolocation because we have a high concentration of biodiversity. We have 3 protected areas. We have basically this is a preservation mosaic. This is actually the first one existing in the Pacific. We have, for example, the Natural Park of La Sierpe, another natural park which is called Uraba Bahía Málaga. All these different areas have been created in partnership with the autonomous regional corporation CDC of the Valle del Cauca department, along with others, to really try to counteract other proposals that have, for example, an objective exploitation of resources, as well as affecting the cultural and ecosystemic dynamics that are so representative of this area. These photos show what we do with the monitoring of turtles. This is done in a community fashion. We create tools to capture these species, and here we can see that fisher people are very much involved in this exercise and activity of monitoring. In this case, for example, we see the carey turtle. This is a species, and it's an endangered species. According to the UICN book at an international level, this is one of the species that has been most affected, and we also carry out different educational efforts. For example, yesterday I actually heard in a session how through environmental education in early childhood can really create an impact for the protection of these resources. And this is, I think, one of the key aspects so that we can create within our societies, I think, a reduction to all illegal type of activities with our wildlife. These photos also show this is actually one of the largest turtles we found, a mother turtle we called her, and in the year 2020 we published an article about the largest female turtle that has been captured in the Colombian Pacific. And this is a permanent exercise that we've been carrying out since we started with La Minga project, and we will continue progressing until whether or not we have scenarios like this one. In this photo, we can see the community work and how they work to ensure the survival of these species, which are absolutely fundamental for our territory. Now, taking into account the invitation of this session, well, we know that illegal wildlife trade is one of the main reasons why our ecosystems are detrimented. Because either people take species from their natural inhabitants and they therefore affect this tropical chain instead of having them in their natural habitats. And well, we must take into account that both indigenous groups and Afro-descendant communities are part of this group, and therefore by taking these species from their natural inhabitants, we are also affected. Through initiatives like ours, I believe that, well, we create or have several impacts. One of them is to have these raising awareness efforts and really reach people that have a direct interaction with these resources so that they don't purchase, for example, any byproduct that has to do with, for example, illegal wildlife trade of turtles, specifically not only in the Pacific coast of Colombia but also in the world. We also believe that when we create knowledge in the territory within our communities, that makes us better suited to really make decisions, to therefore best implement how these different activities can be also scalable and reproduced in other scenarios. This is also a fundamental point for us. With the aforementioned elements, the community also creates a certain ownership of their territory together with the environment, and that's how we can effectively really fight against illegal wildlife trade of our territories. Yesterday I attended several sessions, and I know now that there are a set of regulations, a set of agreements between countries in relation to this very scourging activity. However, we know that from our positions as communities, we also can contribute so that these resources are not affected negatively. And from this base, or rather grassrooted communities, we can also contribute so that these territories aren't our territories are not affected as they are now. We can also see through these photos how we take data and collect data, how we release turtles that have been captured, and how they are also these activities are also carried out. Yesterday we talked about release of these species in different original habitats. Not only do we do this release, but we also try to collect information of where was this turtle captured, why was this turtle in a specific moment at a specific location, and we then also collect data on where we release it, because it wouldn't be okay, rather, right, if we compare this to another case. For example, if a person is kidnapped, well, we need to know what is the origin or the place where that person is kidnapped and where that person is released. I think the same applies to a turtle that has been captured and therefore also released. Go back one slide, please. The quote says, "Nothing is possible if there isn't an ownership from a leadership position for the advocacy of the territory." If we don't have, or if we don't create ownership and a sense of belonging, well, it will be very hard to really tackle this problem. And I think that it is key, if you are advancing on these efforts or activities within your indigenous communities, black communities, or local communities, you need to continue fighting quite strongly to also create or train your communities that this premise is basically to guarantee the preservation of life and also livelihoods for future generations. That's all I wanted to share with you today. Thank you very much for your invitation. Thank you very much, Carlos. Can you hear me well? Yes, all right. I know that there are many questions rising, but just to make sure that all speakers can have enough time to make their presentation, we'll go ahead with Sergio. You will talk to us about self-declarations for the fight against wildlife trafficking. Oof. I've just greeted you in my dialect from the Tacana indigenous community in Bolivia. I was just clarifying that I have just greeted you in my native dialect from the Tacana peoples in Bolivia. It is located in the La Paz department in the province of Litorralde. This is the location where, or the place where we develop and also see and care for and work on the topic of conservation and living in a friendly manner with nature. Firstly, I'd like to greet and thank you for your invitation to be part of this encounter where we're covering very important topics that have to do with fighting wildlife trafficking. As a Tacana indigenous peoples within Bolivia, and also as the third largest force of other peoples, we as Tacana peoples, have carried out this very committed work from our baselines, from our base community, from our peoples in our territory in Bolivia. Yesterday, quite proudly, I was watching the documentary that covered jaguar trafficking in the Tacana territory. Well, we are bordered by one of the most important natural protected areas of the world. Therefore, we've coordinated different works in relation to protection, conservation, jointly with different institutions, with the Maridi National Park, also with the biosphere of La Bajas. I will speak today to you about self-declarations for the fight against wildlife trafficking. We as indigenous peoples and also as a Takana Indigenous Council developed this work because wildlife illegal trafficking is a topic that is absolutely opposed to our fundamental values and certainly affect the natural balance of nature, also the welfare of the community that I represent in Bolivia, and of course alters nature. So we as an institution have different units through which our Takana peoples are members. These are as a community that lives in a friendly manner with nature. And we as indigenous peoples also develop this work in a responsible way through programs and plans sustainably, or rather programs that are managed sustainably. And for example, in this opportunity, we also have worked with WCS Bolivia, and we've worked with them for over 20 years. We worked specifically on conservation matters because conservation of the environment is important. This is not only where animals live and where their habitats are located, and this is sacred for us. In our dialect, we denominate Teite Aita, that means the large house or the big house. And the big house refers to our territory where animals live, where the jaguar lives. We've, within the framework of our statutes and regulations within the Takama peoples, we've decided that we must all together fight against wildlife trafficking. And so we started at a community level, and we've achieved a really deep dive and worked in alliance with other indigenous peoples, with the Bolivian people. In my country, for example, there are other organizations, there are other indigenous peoples that have assumed certain positions, and of course I believe that all Bolivian citizens have rights to have a territory in a way. However, for us, this is sometimes threatened because they don't have the same ideology that we have.
We live very close to nature, of protecting wildlife, both flora and fauna. This is why our territory, where we operate, you could say that we have our own structure and our own political governance. And this is our strategy. And our territory is in a hunting area, and there are also areas where the animals live, where no one else can carry out any other kind of activity there. There are areas that are a safeguard for animals and a home for animals. Yesterday, we spoke a lot of the jaguar, and we have developed activities precisely to be able to protect and care for the jaguar. That's why in my country today there are laws that regulate and forbid wildlife trade and traffic. This is why we're discussing the topic of caring for the jaguar, because lately, and Marco Isquiano mentioned this yesterday, he's someone that lives in Torralde as well. And just as we also share that concern. Until before the implementation of the law and the standards in the country, foreigners mostly, people from China, would come and ask if there were tigers or jaguars, or they would order it. And of course, they'd say, okay, I can offer a good price. So it was becoming regular traffic because there were no procedures to regulate this. In our big assembly, in our political structures, we've decided to start from our foundations within our communities. We can say that we have those who guard for the TCOs. So the guardians of the TCOs are the ones responsible for protecting our territory. As the Takana peoples, we have approximately 50,000 or 60,000 hectares that have been formalized as part of the Takana people's land. And this is important to our independence and territorial autonomy. So I'd like to highlight the fact that wildlife trafficking is something that the people Takana is committed to combating, as well as other peoples. We're committed to working on creating awareness. In our big home, in our territory, in our land, without animals, because those animals are part of the balance of things, the animals that live in our environment. So without them, we do not have life. So this is something that I'd like to highlight. That in Bolivia, as the Takana people, or the TCO people, we are committed to working on conservation. There is no doubt that there's a long ways to go. But this is our position, and we are not going to falter. We need to continue working, continue strengthening this process, but we are going to continue going down this path. Thank you very much, Sergio. We'd like to hand the floor over to the final panelist to then move on to the Q&A session. Could you help me connecting America to the session? Is she there? Hello, good morning. America, can you hear me? Yes, we hear you. Go ahead. Hello? Hello? Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see your presentation. Give us a minute, please. If you'd like, you can begin speaking. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this invitation to an event of tremendous importance. Today, I am delighted to share an example with you, an example of how we can work on the topic of illegal trade, working with the government and with civil society. Can you see my presentation? Give us a minute, please. It looks like it's a work in progress. Okay, now we can see it. Okay. So I'm going to share a case with you. The case of Paso Caballos. Thank you. Next slide, please. We're going to discuss a methodology that we've been using, which is called conservation agreements. What is a conservation agreement? It's when we see that communities and everyone benefits from conservation. This methodology was implemented more than a decade ago, and it was created by Conservation International in the year 2002. I'd like to highlight the importance of the local government involvement as well as civil society and other organizations. Next slide, please. It's an agreement or a contract that is signed between an NGO and a community. And there are honor witnesses and the community through this agreement agrees to work on conservation and management and in exchange receives community benefits. Something important here is that communities sign these agreements and it strengthens communities' relationship with the government and previous agreements signed. What is a conservation agreement? Well, it's a participatory process where all parties are involved and they ensure that the commitments made, that there is compliance both on the part of the community and the government. It helps to resolve certain conflicts and it's based on a win-win principle. So it's supposed to be good for the community and for the environment. It encourages conservation with equal involvement of men and women based on the needs. And it requires monitoring. So it's not just an agreement in exchange for resources. It also requires monitoring, both environmental monitoring as well as social, economic, and ideological monitoring. Now, what is a conservation agreement not? It's not something that's drafted externally, and it's not a project or development per se. The objective is to find a balance between the conservation of natural resources, the conservation of biodiversity, and to improve the livelihoods of populations. And it also requires monitoring, biological monitoring, social monitoring, and economic monitoring. Now, this model adapts to various contexts. That's what makes it interesting. First of all, we conduct a feasibility study where we can see if we can continue progressing on the implement or law enforcement, because illegal traffic has a lot to do with law enforcement. Afterwards, we conduct a participatory diagnosis. This means that we work on this with the entire community and design it together. And in this case, in Paso Caballos, we used the agreement signed in 1997 for protected areas. So we design it, and it's not something that's too complicated. In this design, we establish the agreements or the commitments that have been agreed on, and a series of activities are assigned. And then this is shared in the General Assembly. Then all signatories in the General Assembly sign the document and are involved and are very clear on what it is that we are discussing and agreeing on. Then we implement the activities. And this works in stages. So there are also sanctions, because something that's very interesting is that there are sanctions involved. Since there's monitoring, there are also sanctions. So an assessment is conducted, and after that assessment, we once again renegotiate the next stage. Something important to note when it comes to the General Assemblies is that the General Assemblies have not been held since 2020 due to the COVID pandemic. Generally, there are 15 members of the community participating and representatives of organizations. And these are held in open spaces. Since day one of the pandemic, we have been maintaining the biosecurity controls as agreed. So we haven't let down our guard due to the pandemic. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Paso Caballos. Paso Caballos is a community where there are approximately 250 families and a population of 1,750 people. that are part of the Maya Reserve. Its productive activities are mostly, due to being in a natural park, are agriculture. Due to the advances made with the various processes, we are diversifying other alternative sources, such as beekeeping and forestry incentives. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, we conduct a feasibility study. So it's not only about establishing an agreement with the community, but we need to comply with a series of criteria. The first is that it needs to have biological importance and potential. In our case, it has to do with the fact that the community is located close to one of the most important rivers, the San Pedro River. And surrounding it, we have one of the sites where the guacamaya roja lives, and other species of a high biological value. These are flagship species within the Mayan Biosphere Reserve. We also evaluate legislation. We look at a map of stakeholders and we assess financing as well as the rights that people have with regard to the use of resources, etc. So we're not only going to go to X place and reach an agreement. No, it's a methodology that has continued. America, apologies. We only have 5 minutes left in the session. So if you could close in a couple of minutes so we can have time for Q&A would be great. Okay, so we meet, determine threats. So for example, a threat could be wildfires, livestock, etc., and the solutions could be to help to close gaps. Next slide, please. The approval is conducted in the General Assembly, as you can see in this photograph. Signing the agreements of conservation. This is the General Assembly with representatives of the Convention of Protected Areas. In this case, the highest representative is present. The local government represented by the lead of the local community. We also can see that the document brings with it it uses a specific format. Representation of the signatories, objectives, description of the commitments made, funds, sanctions, and the time period. What are the advantages to these agreements? The first is that it's voluntary. We always conduct informed prior consultations. And the evaluation is also conducted. As you can see here, we have all met for this evaluation or assessment, the government as well as the local governance in the communities. And here we ensure compliance with the commitments made. And then we have the assessment, the social and economic evaluation, to see the impact and benefits of these agreements on the community as well as on the environment, to determine whether or not these threats to the biodiversity have trespassed the area that has been agreed on. Thank you very much. Thank you, America. It was not enough time to be able to explain the conservation agreements, but a key here is the government's involvement to ensure that the agreements are complied on. Thank you very much, America. I'm afraid I must interrupt you because we have very little time. Many thanks to the panelists. A panel without questions is not a panel. Are there any questions from the audience? I have some questions, but I'm afraid there is no time for mine. Is there anyone from the audience that would like to ask a question? Okay, looks like no. In that case, we hand over the mics for us to continue with the next session. Thank you very much for coming thus far and for tuning into this conversation. Have a great day. Hello, good morning. Natalia, thank you very much. I'm just going to take a couple moments. There were no questions from the audience, but we are receiving greetings from Feliciano Entre Rios. And Mauricio Torres Madrid is also saying hello, representing the Agencia F, the journalists from Agencia F. Juan Andrés Mogollón Mesa has also said hello, and Marcia Ramos. We're now going to take a few minutes, wait a few minutes, while we begin the next activity, where we're going to have various companies from the transportation sector, and we will have the Buckingham.
Once again, good morning. We will now start the session from the Santa Teresa Hotel in Cartagena to continue with this second high-level conference on illegal wildlife trade in the Americas. We want to remind all attendees that are here in this auditorium and to all attendees joining us through the virtual social media that you can use the hashtag wildlife to follow our publications in social media. We're also broadcasting this event through the YouTube channel of the Ministry of Environment and Sustainability of Colombia and also through the UNODC Office Colombia. We will now have one of the most exciting moments of today's session. We will have the Buckingham Palace Declaration and the Mansion House Declaration. For the first time from here, a Latin American country that is joining these declarations, which are cooperations from the both transportation sector as well as other sectors in the country to fight against illegal wildlife trade in Colombia. Let's please remember that, as noted by the Ministry of Environment yesterday, illegal wildlife trade represents around 20 and 40 billion euros per year. During the year 2021, 18,638 individuals of fauna and 62,452 flora individuals were seized just in Colombia. We will now start this declaration from the words of EPA Cartagena director. Is Javier here? Good morning, everyone. I'm very thankful for the city of Cartagena being chosen to host this event. We've allowed all these sessions to exchange knowledge and information to really fight against illegal wildlife trade. We've learned, and according to the UN, this is now the fourth illegal business trade that, in terms of revenue, it creates around 20 billion US dollars per year. And we've also learned that the Ministry of Environment and Sustainability of Colombia has done seizings for over 18,000 individuals. Cartagena is not lagging behind. Cartagena is a city of over 1 million inhabitants, and despite of this, our immediate urban planning development planning, we've collected information that a city of Cartagena to create the first fauna identification and treatment from an urban environmental agency. That is how, through these through this first small treatment center, we've rescued over 1,800 individuals in the year 2021. That's over 38% of these individuals were seized by the National Police, to whom we're also very thankful in their work. This has been a work of acknowledgement, not only on behalf of the National Police, but also the environmental rangers or authority. This has not been an easy task, and in the city we've learned a lot. We know that fauna is part of our urban ecosystems. I am raised and born here in Cartagena. At one given point in my life, I lived close to the Ciénaga Las Quintas, evading crabs to actually go from one room to the other in our household, meaning this fauna was part of that house I grew up in of my grandmother. In Cartagena, we've also perhaps lived where there were broader interrelations with the fauna species of our city or territory. Ecosystems of Cartagena, as you perhaps saw in the Cartagena Bay, are quite interlinked with the Ciénaga La Virgen, which are 22 square kilometers of water bodies with a great body of mangroves. Cartagena represents history, and it's carried out a transformation in the necessary hygiene, not only of the bay but also of the ciénaga, this mangrove territory, and also taking into account submarine life to ensure that 65% of wastewaters do not reach these bodies of water. Of course, we have a lot of work ahead of us because our flora and fauna depends on the health of these ecosystems. And that's exactly how we've also challenged the system that interlinks, for example, Cartagena, the bay, and the Ciénagas, such as, for example, all the internal sewage systems. And through this connection, we also have an important connection to the ecosystems of the bay and the Ciénaga. It's also very valuable, or this ecosystem rather, is very valuable as well because many species migrate through this area, and it's also quite marveling to see how these migratory birds rest here, feed themselves here from their long journeys, and then again depart to their destinations. Once again, from the Cartagena Bay and all the coral reef systems, well, this is a place that we cannot neglect. And also our tropical forest from the Cerro de la Popa and the island Tierra Bomba, as well as Baru Island. And also acknowledging how from the national government we're working towards the objective of basically safeguarding these territories from the impact that the Canal del Dique or the Dique Canal can have certain negative effects. All these different efforts joined together makes it so that the willingness of our national and local governments are aimed at eradicating certain actions, specifically on illegal wildlife trade. And what's most important about this high-level conference, and these are my most sincere words, is that we are not alone in this fight. Perhaps at the beginning of this current government, many critics said that this would be a utopic scenario for us to have the first flora and fauna treatment center. This is normally a neglected topic. However, we've had many stories that are interwoven in relation to the rescuing of animals that we have in this first center of flora and fauna treatment. If I would cite all these, or at least a third part, I'm sure we wouldn't have enough time to cover them all. So the actions that we're currently carrying out will allow us to have a much more resilient Cartagena city, a much more environmentally friendly Cartagena city, and also a much more flora and fauna environmentally friendly city. And also a commitment towards, this allows us to have a commitment towards the protection of the environment and all living beings that are part of our ecosystem. Once again, I want to thank you for your commitment. I want to thank the UK Embassy and the Ministry of Environment and all companies, signatory companies that will sign this great agreement that will certainly help us in this struggle, because of course we need a lot more commitment. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director of EPA Cartagena. This is the Environmental Authority of Cartagena City, where we are located today. So now we will listen to the words from Tim Hemmings. He is the representative of the British Embassy joining us today, and he will represent His Highness the Duke of Cambridge. Can you hear me well? Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be joining you all. Dear Ministries, Deputy Ministries Director Javier, thank you and welcome you for being with us. Yesterday was a pretty exciting day for me because I think we've achieved quite a lot. We've talked about very important topics about wildlife and protecting wildlife, and I think the two most important words for me have been collaboration and partnerships, because we've talked about how can we help at a governmental level but also at non-governmental levels in this struggle. Today we will talk a bit more depth of other partnerships, which is the role of the private sector. And from our experience in the UK, this is something very important. That's why we are very happy to be here joining you today and sharing our experience. I think that another key word is that we've agreed that together as a region we can actually go further and advance further, and we're very much willing to help you in this work. And this commitment of cooperation, which for the first time at a high level conference, we've extended our help to the private sector, specifically to the financial sector companies and the transportation sector companies, to really fight against illegal wildlife trade. For us to join efforts with the private sector is fundamental. Creating partnerships with companies, bringing new businesses and ideas to the discussion about conservation to really identify and implement solutions. Through the signing of the declarations of Buckingham Palace and Mansion House, driven by the Wildlife Association, makes it so that we are also part of the solution. These companies today start a path to facilitate collaboration within the transportation sector, the financial sector, and also the application or compliance of the rule of law, to be able to really fight against illegal wildlife trade, not only here but throughout the world. And these companies today are going to be part of a regulation or law with over 150 global associations that represent a great portion of all maritime, air, and terrestrial companies. This now reaches Latin America, and it's a pleasure for us to announce that as of today, we have the support of the financial sector in Latin America to join us, such as the Banco de Bogotá Bank. Thank you very much for joining us in this commitment. Also from the transportation sectors, several countries such as Avianca, Wingo, LATAM, and the Airport Medellin as Copetran have accepted to join this team of work. Thank you. Your commitment is something that from the UK we applaud. And following, we will have some words from from His Majesty, the Duke of Cambridge, that, as a founding member of Nature for Wildlife, is a leader of this initiative. The illegal wildlife trade, financing illegal organizations throughout the world without any respect on boundaries and without any remorse of the brutal exploitation of our world and the communities that depend on these ecosystems for their livelihoods. Whole species have been hunted until extinction, and as part of the fourth most lucrative illegal organized crime, this is a global crisis that requires a joint and significant response. That is why founded United for Wildlife unites the financial transportation sectors together with the armed forces, the decision makers of public policies, and the UN to really reach tangible results. We hope that these companies follow the leadership of the private sector in Colombia, and that they are committed to really reach these objectives and close these trafficking routes forever. I just want to say that I agree, and we are fully committed from the UK and the British Embassy to support you. And thank you very much to these companies and Colombia for your leadership. It's very exciting to learn that all the transportation companies that for the first time are joining this, and also from the financial sector of Colombia, will be supporting this fight against illegal wildlife trafficking, both of flora and fauna species. We will now have Deputy Minister Jose Francisco Cruz, representative of the government of Colombia. Thank you very much, Maria Andrea, and thank you for your collaboration and help in these past 2 days. I want to kindly greet you, Mr. Javier Muton, Director of the EPA, the Environmental Authority of Cartagena, and the beautiful city of Cartagena. And to all of you who attend this event, I want to welcome you all to Colombia and also to the city of Cartagena. I want to also greet Tim. Thank you very much for your very much articulated work, not only in relation to this topic, but all topics that the British Embassy is focused on, and you as part of your mission have been key to this, to all your team and to all companies of the transportation sector here present, to all companies of the financial sector here present as well, who will be signatory companies of these two very important declarations that Tim referred to. My predecessor and also General Barrera, a special greeting to you, and Adriana Santa as well, and Marco Sanabria. General Barrera exposed a brilliant presentation on the different operations that are being carried out by the National Police in Colombia against or in the fight of illegal wildlife trade. And our Adriana, the director of forests and ecosystems, she provided the legal framework of the bill or the act against or of environmental crimes that sentences up to 14 years those criminal actors that still threaten our wildlife. I remember that 18 years ago, Tim, I held the position of the environmental corporation in the city of Manizales, in the Caldas department. Manizales is located in the Eje Cafetero, or the coffee region of Colombia, where we have coffee crops that produce the best, if not the best, coffee of the world, as you can gladly delight yourselves with in this event. And we started working at a wildlife center, and this wildlife center would be home to all animals that were captured and actually rescued by the police. This was a center where these animals and these individuals were recovered to learn how to hunt again and then be released to their natural habitats. So eagles that were released, if I remember well, had quite a large space, a cage space, where they were taught once again how to hunt after being encaged for a very long time. And that was the treatment we provided to all animals to really release them. The release process was a very complex one, and I remember that 18 years ago we had a baby jaguar with 14 bone fractures. And his fangs were actually smoothened, and his claws were also smoothed, because this was, as I said, a very young jaguar, a cub jaguar. And we also named him Felix, thanks to a cartoon, perhaps you are familiar with it, Felix the Cat, which was aired 40 years ago in national TV. And Felix the cat, well, we started to recover him, and that was when I left my position of the Environmental Authority to other agencies. And many years later, actually 15 years later, I had the opportunity of working in the Autonomous Regional Corporation of Cundinamarca. This is in the center, located at the center of the country. And I went to a fauna center 15 years later, as I mentioned, and the director of this fauna center told me, well, we have some animals in a recovery state and they are soon to be released. But we have other animals that could not be released, unfortunately, and never will be, because they really, they never reached their natural state. They never, for example, had grown fangs or claws, such as the jaguar, to really hunt and really literally kill other species to be able to feed themselves. And he told me that he wanted to show me a jaguar. And so I went to the specific place where they had this individual in a larger cage. However, he was destined to spend his last living days encaged. And when I saw this jaguar 15 years later, I said, "Is this Felix the jaguar?" And he said, "How do you know his name?" And he was surprised, of course. However, I knew that 15 years ago I had met him as a cub, and that jaguar could never really be released into his natural habitat. And very close to Bogota is where he spent his last living days. Now, I want to share that in Bogota, I was also Secretariat of Environment of Bogota. I had to live the large trafficking of wildlife that is transiting through the international airport of Bogota. And together with the National Police and the General Barrera, we seized tarantulas that were destined to the US, to Europe. We also seized mata-mata turtles. These turtles, or one of our colleagues rather, presented these turtles. And these turtles were sent in boxes through courier. We were also part of a seizing activity of shark fins. Actually, recently, this happened 4 months ago, also at the International Airport of Bogota. We've also seized these shark fins thanks to the work of the National Police and General Barrera. 4,000 shark fins with a destination to Hong Kong, also through courier service. And this courier service was actually leaving Roldanillo Valle location, specifically from Colombia. Well, and imagine this, 3,000, 4,000 shark fins being seized in the international airport. It will imply in the Pacific Ocean then 3,000 dead sharks, because fin hunting or shark fin hunting is quite savage. Basically, they cut off the fin of the shark and then the sharks are then released again finless to the sea. So you can imagine that these species die. And that's why President Duque decided to absolutely forbid shark fishing. This is now a hydrobiological resource and no longer a fishing activity. So both artisan and industrial fishing of this type is forbidden in Colombia. Also, we witnessed trafficking of venomous frogs of Chocó. These are very, very small, tiny frogs that were placed in old camera film packages or containers, and that's how they traveled to their destinations or to different collectors, for example, or laboratories that actually extracted this very powerful venom from our Choco frogs. And these frogs were also transported through the international airport of Bogota. Also, I was a witness to the internal trafficking in Colombia. For example, the costeños Canaria species. Tim had the opportunity to lead in the Portuary Society about this topic. These birds, these canuarios costeños, which are original from this area, were captured to then travel to Bogota and have illegal singing contests. And people betted, these illegal bettors basically betted on which cannery sang better. And to be able to have these canneries singing, they were subject to very stressful situations. And fortunately, we released just yesterday.
This is also the result of national trafficking in Colombia. We've developed an educational strategy with the families inland that were coming to the Atlantic coast of Colombia by car after traveling 1,000 kilometers, and they would return, and along the way on the road they would offer them various wildlife species. They'd offer them small parrots, and we would tell the children in Bogota that the parrots have hard beaks, and the hard beaks are designed to cut the seeds from the forest. And they would turn into helicopters that would disperse the seeds throughout the forest for new growth. And these parrots did not belong in cages in the patios and apartments of the Bogota dwellers, using that hard beak to eat the food given them in their cages, which was bread and toast and chocolate. That's not what they were designed for. They were not here just to repeat after what we humans would teach them and have us laugh because the parrots are repeating what we say and talking with their sounds that emulate the sounds humans make. And this was also useful for the families to voluntarily return some of these animals that they had purchased on their vacations and that they were returning home with as pets. And today I find myself at this great event where the private sector is represented with various companies, companies from the financial sector and from the aeronautic sector, and they will be signing a declaration. What they're going to do here is protect our biodiversity. We're going to ensure that at the various posts at the El Dorado airport and in other airports where there are international flights departing from, such as the city of Cartagena, we be able to control illegal wildlife traffic. These are species that are oftentimes carried by those who travel, but are oftentimes also shipped via courier services. So when these packages are shipped abroad, we need to ensure that there's also a rigorous system in place to determine which parcels or packages hold wildlife. Like in the case of the tarantulas that were seized 2 weeks ago at the El Dorado airport by the Environment Secretariat and the National Police, it was more than 100 tarantulas, and out of these 100, 90% were alive before traveling, and 10% had already died. And finally, I'd like to mention the harm done, not only to wildlife, but also collateral damage. The minister, Carlos Correa, referred to Easter week, and when they begin trafficking and feeding the icotea turtles over Easter, those that are going to be trafficking them set fire to forests. They create a fire so that all the animals in the forest begin to run, fleeing from the fire. And there, at the end, they capture the turtles, the yellow-spotted river turtle. They don't care about burning down the trees and the vegetable layer and the insects and the mammals that are present and these small animals, the amphibians, the snakes. All they care about is capturing the turtles, but the environmental harm is tremendous along the way. When they're going to capture parrots that are up in their nests, the nest falls, and after it has fallen, perhaps out of 5 or 6, they can capture one, but the others have died. And this is a true and real ecocide. Fortunately, we have a law pertaining to environmental crimes to be able to capture criminals involved in these crimes. I'd like to thank each and every one of the companies that are now going to sign on to these 2 important declarations, the Declaration of Buckingham Palace and the Mansion House Declaration. As we have said and as you have said, this will help us to not be alone, that we can ensure that the private sector is also committed to preserving the environment, and that the financial sector sign on to what must be done, because most online transactions, as well as other transactions that are sometimes not easy to identify or detect. So it's important to have the bank sector bravely defending the biodiversity not only of Colombia but also of the entire region and planet. This is our region pertaining to each of the countries represented today and receiving the enormous cooperation of international support of the WCS. I'd like to greet Christian, its director, and all the wonderful work that has been presented here of the assessment done after having signed the Lima Declaration in Peru. We leave this room stronger after what was discussed yesterday, but we leave this room even stronger yet as a result of what will happen here now, with the private sector signing these agreements in order to be able to better control and ensure that our fauna does not leave Colombia and reach other countries through the airports, ports, and courier services. It is fantastic that each of those who are signing the agreement today will be able to go home and tell their children that they signed that agreement, and they are doing their part to ensure that all of these animals not reach other habitats where they don't belong, that they will not be punished to be without those of their own species, that they will be able to reproduce, to swim freely, or to fly freely in our fantastic ecosystem. Thank you very much, Tim, for your effort and dedication. Thank you so much to the entire team for the wonderful video and a soundscape we enjoyed yesterday at the Torre Reloj. It was not only a gift to the participants, but also to all the tourists who were visiting Cartagena. What a fantastic gift was given with these beautiful images that you shared with us, as well as the beautiful music. So without further ado, we're going to continue with the signing. And thank you to the Vice Minister of Transportation, who has also been involved, Dr. Camilo, who is also joining the event in the forthcoming minutes. Thank you very much, Maria Andrea. Thank you very much, Vice Minister. We'd like to invite you to join us at the table for the first signing. We'd like to invite Vice Minister Francisco Cruz of the Ministry of the Environment. We'd also like to invite the Director of EPA Cartagena as a representative of the environmental authorities. We'd like to invite Tim Hemmings, and we would also like to invite Robert Campbell, representative of the Royal Foundation, to join us, and the Vice Minister of Transportation. If he is present as well, we'd like to invite him to be present for the signing ceremony. We're going to begin signing the declaration, the Mansion House Declaration. We begin with the Banco de Bogotá, Isabel Martinez. An applause, please. Thank you to the Banco de Bogotá. For signing on to the Mansion House Declaration. This is the second high-level conference on illegal wildlife trade in the Americas. As we speak, Isabel Martinez, Vice President of Sustainability from the Banco de Bogotá, is signing the Mansion House Declaration. Cristina Arias Echevarria is joining us virtually from the Da Vivienda Bank. We'd like to ask for an applause for Isabel. Isabel, please join us for the official photograph. This is the first time the financial sector in Colombia and Latin America is signing on to this agreement to counter illegal wildlife trade. Once again, a round of applause for the Banco de Bogotá. Thank you very much, Isabel. We'd like to continue now. Another photograph. Okay. Julian, would you like to join us for the photograph? Perfect. Okay, we're going to sign. So those who have signed, join us for a picture, an individual picture, and then we will take a picture, a group photograph. We have with us Camilo Prieto, the sales manager of LATAM Colombia, and he will sign the Buckingham Palace Declaration. While Camilo signs the declaration, I'd like to invite Tatiana Vasquez, representing the Viva Air Foundation, to come forward. These companies will be supporting the work carried out by environmental authorities in Colombia to be able to combat illegal wildlife trafficking. Tatiana Vasquez from the Viva Air Foundation. She is now signing the declaration representing the Viva Air Foundation. I'd like to ask William Roa to come forward, representing Wingo, Copa Airlines, and Aero República. Thank you very much to these companies that have agreed to sign the declaration to protect wildlife. Companies that belong to the transportation sector of Colombia. Andres Felipe Gomez, the sustainability leader of Avianca, and William Shaw, Ultra Air's CEO. We're going to continue with Ángela Marcela Cardona, the Financial and Administration Director of Flota La Macarena. I'd also like to ask Giancarlo Alvarez, leader of Sustainability at Copetran, to come forward. Copetran is present here today as well. Giancarlos, please come forward. Copetran, sustainability leader. These are all companies that belong to the transportation sector in Colombia. I'd like to ask Luisa Dominguez to come forward. She is the administrative director of TDM. Is she present? Yes. Very well. Thank you very much. There are two port administrators present as well. Freddy Jaramillo, manager of the International Airport, Jose Maria Córdoba. And we'd like to ask Maria Claudia Gedeon to come forward, manager of corporate affairs at the Cartagena Airport. She too has decided to sign on to the Buckingham Palace Declaration. A round of applause for all of these companies who have signed in the region. I'd now like to ask for support from the logistics team to move the table so that we can invite each of the signatories to join us for a group photograph. We are very grateful to the logistics team from the Santa Teresa Hotel. We'd like to invite everyone, the Banco de Bogotá, LATAM, Viva Air, Wingo, Copa Airlines, and Aero República, Copetran, Flota La Macarena, TDM, Medellín Airport, Cartagena Airport, and IATA that is present here today as well, with Guillaume Goulad, Asi, who is joining us virtually, Francisco Madela, Tania Chacin from Opaín, Tomás Martínez from Aeromexico, and Jorge Rosillo from the Ecológico de Galápagos Airport, joining us virtually, and Andrés Gómez from Avianca, and William Shaw representing Ultra Air. We are delighted A round of applause once again for each and every one of these companies who have signed on to the Buckingham Palace Declaration. A selfie? Thank you very much. And thank you very much for joining us here in the city of Cartagena de Indias, Colombia, where we are broadcasting live, broadcasting the high-level conference on illegal wildlife trade in the Americas. This conference is streamed on the Environment Ministry of Colombia. All those present in this hall, or those who are following the stream, can share it on social media with the hashtag Por la Vida Silvestre. By signing these declarations, the Mansion House Declaration and the Buckingham Palace Declaration, in the bank sector of Colombia and the transportation sector of Colombia, they are committed to combating illegal wildlife traffic in Colombia. We're now going to move on to the next panel, a panel on illegal trade and risks to human health. Before that, we had been told that the Vice Minister of Transportation, Mr. Pavon, was going to join us for a few minutes today. Is he present in the room? Please raise your hand if so. Okay, in that case, we will continue with the panel, and afterwards, we will hear from the Vice Minister of Transportation. So the next panel's name is Illegal Trade and Risks for Human Health. Meanwhile, in the Republicano Hall, the next panel will be the role and commitments of the financial sector in the fight against illegal wildlife trade. Each or both halls have simultaneous interpretation in Spanish and English. The panel on illegal trade and risks to human health has the objective of sharing and exchanging regional projects to prevent future negative impacts on people's health and well-being, as well as impacts on the economy and human safety. This panel will be moderated by Alonso Aguirre from George Mason University. Andrew Cunningham will join us as well, representing the Zoological Society of London. We will also have as a panelist Luz Dari Acevedo from WCS, Byron Adrian Lagla Chimbla from the Ministry of the Environment, Water, and Ecological Transition from Ecuador, and Rowena Watson, head of the division on the fight against illegal wildlife trade from the Department of the United States. Those who will be joining us in person, please come forward. There are simultaneous interpretation devices available for those who need it. There is translation available into both English and Spanish.
Please confirm if we have our panelists here in the room. Today we are not so much behind our agenda. We're only 4 minutes behind. We're almost in British time. So, Alonso, could we confirm if he's online, please? We want to remind you that this is the panel on illegal trade and risks for human health. And parallel to this panel, another panel is being carried out in Salón Republicano, the Republican Hall, on the role and commitments of the financial sector in the fight against illegal wildlife trade. Good morning, Alonso. We greet you from Cartagena de Indias. We would like to give you the floor for you to moderate this panel. Hello? Hello, Alonso? Can you hear me? We'll just take 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Can you hear us? All right, so we will just give 2 minutes in this panel to give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Transportation, Camilo Pavón, who will be joining us in relation to the declarations of Buckingham Palace and Mansion House, and he also the Ministry of Transport is joining to these great declarations to fight against illegal wildlife trade. All right, so thank you very much. I just wanted to, Deputy Minister of Transport, Camilo, I want to welcome you to this very important event. The environmental sector for us is quite important, Mr. Deputy Minister, and therefore it's quite significant that you are here present today on behalf of the national government, the transportation sector, and here with Tim, the representative of the UK government. He's explained how companies in Colombia have linked to a very important agreement that makes it so for all these parties to commit to the protection of wildlife. As I mentioned, for example, from the El Dorado airport, we have tarantulas destined to go to Europe, also frogs that are endemic to Chocó. In just past days, we've seized 4,000 shark fins destined to Hong Kong through courier service, and the environmental authorities have basically told the whole planet we are here present. Several other private sector companies have signed this commitment, and also the financial sector companies have participated in this signing of this agreement. We've also identified a lot of illegal trafficking done through online platforms. These also create a very important trafficking services platform. And these online platforms are used, for example, to ship these species from the Atlantic coast to the central part of the country or vice versa. So we're very, very glad to have your commitment, not only led by the private sector, but also by the Ministry of Transportation and yourself. Thank you very much for being part of this event. Deputy Minister Cruz and the representatives of the UK government and the British Embassy, this is a special greeting, as well as all attendees. And I just want to manifest on behalf of the Minister of Transport and in general of the national government how thankful we are and how committed we are to our activities and to how you are quite well leading, as Minister Cruz mentioned. I was just commented on the different stakeholders of the Ministry of Transport and the transportation sector that they had signed this document, and that shows this commitment in all the different transport mediums, and that comes from quite a historic time because we've developed this, and we will talk about this more specifically in the transportation panel, so I am not extending myself in this greeting. And some related activities to the raising of awareness of the intermunicipal transportation stakeholders. We've been working in roads and in different prevention activities on which animals can be transported and which cannot, in which conditions. And aside from the control activities that we also develop together with the police, with the ICA is the phytosanitary authority. And in this way, I also want to reiterate how thankful we are to participate in this space and congratulate you because of these different initiatives. Because as you are leading them with quite success. So thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Minister Pavon from the Ministry of Transport of Colombia. We will now continue with the panel on illegal wildlife trade and the risks for human health. This panel is moderated by Mr. Alonso Aguirre from the George Mason University. We're also joined by Andrew Cunningham in a virtual manner from the Zoological Society of London, also by Luz Daria Acevedo from WCS, as well as Byron Adrian Lagla Chimba from the Ministry of Environment, Water and Ecological Transition from Ecuador. And we're also joined by Rowena Watson. She is the Chief of Division of the Fight Against Wildlife Fauna Trafficking from the Department of State of the United States. Good morning, can you hear me? Yes, we can. We're hearing you. All right. Good morning, everyone. I apologize. There's always a problem with my internet connection, sadly, but it's a pleasure to be joining you and being a moderator for this meeting on illegal trade and the risks for human health. And now that we've just lost a couple of minutes, I would like to be very brief and say that this problem has obviously worsened with the pandemic. Illegal trade of wildlife has increased in all continents, specifically in Africa, unfortunately, and the knowledge in Latin America is quite relative, but it's increasing in a very drastic manner as well. This is due to many situations. Previously, globalization, economic development, and we've seen that humans are transporting animals both legally and illegally. Also in, for example, recreational travel or simply by purchasing animals through the internet has been a quite severe problem. Socioeconomic and political problems of illegal wildlife trade are related to poverty, to the lack of hygiene, to the lack of potable or clean water, and also limitations on vet care of many of these species. Obviously, a case of war such as the one we're facing in Russia and Ukraine will certainly emphasize in a way of illegal trafficking. Obviously, the lack of policies about how to transport wildlife through borders is quite a critical topic. So this second high-level conference, in this high-level conference, we want to emphasize on the importance of human health and also the impact in many species and ecosystems due to this transfer movement of species of wildlife. It's a pleasure for me to introduce Mr. Andrew Cunningham. He is a researcher in emerging diseases and zoonoses, and he's published numerous articles on these topics. He was also one of the first people that discovered the ticredal fungi, which was affecting quite a lot of amphibians. He's received many awards, and he's an expert together with the OMS and other organizations in quite a broad panel on human or impact on human health. I hope that I don't have any internet connection problems.
these criminal activities have on the health, welfare, and conservation status of the wildlife species being trafficked. However, the illegal wildlife trade also presents more profound risks to both wildlife health and to human health. I'm now going to focus on how the illegal wildlife trade fosters and facilitates the emergence of zoonotic diseases, and specifically previously unknown diseases that have the potential to lead to epidemic or pandemic spread. As with human beings, all animals naturally harbour a large range of pathogens, and zoonotic diseases can emerge from virtually any animal species. Most of these will never be able to infect people, and many pathogens lie hidden or dormant within their hosts for weeks, months, or even years. However, certain types of animal have been identified as being more likely than others to harbour pathogens with the ability to infect people. Such high-risk taxa include non-human primates, bats, and rodents. Primates, mostly due to their evolutionary closeness to human beings, bats and rodents, mostly due to the vast numbers of species in these groups. The greater the number of species in a taxonomic group, such as bats and rodents, the more zoonotic or potentially zoonotic pathogens are likely to be carried by that group. And since bats account for around 20% of mammals on Earth, and rodents make up around 40% of all known mammals, the numbers game alone makes these taxa more likely than others to harbour zoonotic pathogens. Unfortunately, bats, rodents, and primates are common targets for the illegal wildlife trade. For pathogens to jump from wildlife into people, usually people have to get close to infected animals, their feces or body fluids. And those animals usually need to be excreting the pathogen before people can become infected. People who are in close contact with trafficked animals can easily be exposed to novel pathogens, creating the ideal circumstances for new diseases to emerge. When wild animals are trafficked, they are taken from the wild, brought together from different habitats, often transported over large distances and packed together into cages. Between capture and slaughter, they are stressed and immunosuppressed, and so are increasingly likely to excrete whatever pathogens they have in them, while also being increasingly vulnerable to infection with pathogens they don't naturally encounter. Thus, the live wild animal trade can create an environment conducive to zoonotic spillover and disease emergence. The presence of different wildlife species crammed into small areas, as so often happens with the illegal wildlife trade, exposes them to novel pathogens. And if a new species is successfully infected and becomes diseased, this facilitates zoonotic spillover. This is because when an animal becomes sick, it produces large amounts of the causative pathogen, which leads to the generation of pathogen mutants, and this further increases the likelihood of zoonotic spillover, as one or more of the mutants might be better adapted to infect people. This is particularly the case for diseases caused by RNA viruses, which are a group of viruses that have high rates of genetic mutation and host adaptation. COVID-19, SARS, MERS, Ebola, Marburg, AIDS, Nipah, and Hendra are all examples of recently emerged zoonotic diseases from wildlife that are caused by RNA viruses. While the COVID-19 pandemic represents a major threat to public health and well-being, our continued exploitation of the natural world exposes humanity to some much more dangerous diseases. We know, for example, that Ebola kills around 50% of those infected, and Nipah virus around 60%, rising to 100% in some outbreaks. Around 260 viruses in mammals and birds are known to be zoonotic, Yet it is estimated that in these hosts alone, there are around 700,000 viruses with zoonotic potential that have not yet been discovered. While the identification of viruses with a propensity to spill over into people should help inform ways of tackling future zoonotic emergence, we are not going to be able to develop vaccines or treatments for the hundreds of thousands of potentially zoonotic viruses that exist in wild animals. So the illegal wildlife trade will continue to present serious risks of zoonotic disease and future pandemics, regardless of how much medical science advances. To help protect public health, therefore, it is imperative not only to stamp out the illegal wildlife trade, but also to reform, monitor, and better regulate the legal wildlife trade, which can otherwise present exactly the same risks and opportunities for zoonotic disease emergence. To sum up then, it is clear that the illegal wildlife trade is a key human activity that increases the risks of and opportunities for zoonotic spillover. And if COVID-19 has taught us nothing else, it is that we have to do our utmost to mitigate these risks wherever possible, as the next pandemic is quite likely to have a much higher case fatality rate than the current one. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, so we'll go to questions at the end of the panel. We will continue. Contribute to this trade in the thousands. In fact, recently National Geographic enfatizó, perdón, estoy hablando en inglés, enfatizó el hecho del tráfico de miles de osos perezosos vendidos en camino o exportados de Colombia a otros países.
Colombia to other countries. And our next participant is engineer Magin Herrera. She is Deputy Minister of Environment of Bolivia. She will provide the wildlife trafficking standpoint and what is happening in Bolivia specifically. Please go ahead. Are you connected? Can you hear me? You can open your mic if so. Are you there? Engineer, can you hear us? Yes, I can. Shall we begin? I'm ready. Engineer, can you begin? Yes, can you hear me well? I can't hear you, but perhaps others can.
Can you hear me? Yes, sir, we can hear you well. Oh, okay, you can hear him well. Hello? We can hear you now. Please begin. Please share the presentation. Very well. Thank you. We're now going to share this presentation. This presentation was prepared here based on the data we have in Bolivia. The Vice Ministry of Environment of Bolivia has the obligation of working within the framework of existing legislation. This includes law number 300, which is tied to the overarching law, Law 1333, and law number 29894 and 4489 that have to do with protecting wildlife. There is a photograph here where you can see two members of the police force of Bolivia holding an animal that's called quilquincho. And this is an animal that is oftentimes present in celebrations. Here they usually use parts of wildlife for these festivities. Here you can see some statistics. These are a variety of species that have been released, rescued, and then released. There's something I'd like to mention. The condor, its scientific name is Bultrogrypos. 13 have been released. We have the bato, or the Bulborgryphus. One has been captured and released. And we have the Oaxaco. The scientific name is Nyctivius grisevius. One has been seized and released. Hamari, or the scientific name Palcovenus. Meleaotenus. 4 have been seized and released. The frog, or scientific name Zenelia espulionosa. 2 have been seized and released. These are fully protected. And when monitoring is conducted to identify what diseases these animals could be communicating, we have SEDES, which is the Health Care Department under the Ministry of Health. And SEDES is present in each of the departments of Bolivia. None of these departments have reported that a disease has been spilled over due to the meat from wildlife. Zoonosis works within the various municipalities of Bolivia, and in Bolivia they have not reported these either. Senesac is the sanitation agency, and they have not informed of any zoonotic diseases having been communicated or of any spillover whatsoever. Therefore, when assessing global statistics, we have 18 mammals that have been saved and recovered, 130 reptiles, and 52 birds. It's also worth noting that the state of Bolivia has issued a series of resolutions. In 2020, a resolution was enacted that, well, at that point in time, we were facing COVID throughout the world. But that's when this resolution was published to protect biodiversity, was the foundation behind this revelation because in the times of COVID, humanity was facing a very difficult situation. We were immobile and we had limited access to food, but we needed to also protect Mother Earth and biodiversity. So here they're saying that the use of wildlife can be used and traded, accepting
estas especies de fauna, pero comunidades que están constituidas desde la antigüedad, es decir, antes de la llegada de la colonia española. En esas comunidades sí se permitía el aprovechamiento de esta fauna silvestre. ¿Con qué finalidad se hizo esta resolución? Nuevamente el fondo era precautelar la biodiversidad, pero básicamente la salud humana. Y justo en estas épocas de la pandemia, científicos, comentaristas, radialistas, periodistas enfatizaban de que el COVID hubiera sido producto del consumo inadecuado de algunas carnes, vale decir, procedente del murciélago, bueno, etcétera, una serie de comentarios que se manejaban. Producto de ello es que Bolivia adoptó esta posición y se han tomado, por supuesto, medidas.
Published this resolution where it forbids the use of wildlife fauna as a food source with the exception of these long-standing indigenous communities. So I would like to thank you through this presentation for the brilliant organization behind this conference led by the Ministry of the Environment of Colombia and cooperation with various organizations such as the WCS that also works in Bolivia. And of course we have many plans in place to continue making progress in this regard. So greetings from the government of Bolivia and the ministry I represent as Vice Minister. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Thank you very much, Engineer. We're now going to continue with the next presentation panelist. I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Giovanna Murillo from WCS, who is now going to share a presentation with us on wildlife traffic in the Amazon. She is a veterinarian and works with WCS and is a coordinator of all topics related to wildlife traffic in the Andes and Amazon region, including Peru, Colombia, Bolivia, and Brazil. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you. Thank you, Alonso. Hello. Are we good now? Okay. Thank you, Alonso. I'd like to once again express my gratefulness to the organization for including this topic, which I find is so important, pertaining to traffic and how it ties into human health and the risks we could be exposed to. I hope to be brief with this topic that I'd like to highlight, and it ties into what was discussed yesterday. Various figures and data was presented yesterday on various species and various forms and uses linked to wildlife traffic in our countries. And something that was identified in our conversations is that wildlife ends up reaching a market where there is a demand for live wildlife, their parts, their products, and it's all part of a chain of events and of various actors. And part of our research and our team working, the work we've done with various authorities, has identified that it all begins with the extraction point in the chain. And this is where there could be contact with that which is legal and that which is illegal, because as we saw with yesterday's presentations, in several of our countries, there is the possibility for legal permitted trade. But illegal trade is something that has also been occurring, and it's been affecting the livelihoods of many people, specifically communities, local communities in various countries. Something that can also be identified with these supply chains for wildlife is linked to the topic of extracting, transporting, collecting, selling to international markets and to national markets and potential international markets. What we found with the data that has been compiled and reviewed is that we are not referring to individuals as such. What we have found is the presence of thousands of individuals. We're not talking about one or two or three individuals. And this generally occurs in cases of isolation, situations where the trafficking is not visible, and it can occur at a national level or it can cross borders and reach international markets. And as part of the information that we reviewed linked to seizures, we see that there's information available to strive to review and have more data on what is occurring. During a intervention, sometimes it's not one species that is found. Sometimes we identify a variety of species, animals that are alive, that are dead, that have passed from the stage of collection or capture to a point of sale. And this could be a market or a place where they are offered illegally or sold illegally. When going through this entire process, the various control points that have been identified basically do not exist. When we're referring to sanitary regulation, because this is illegal trade that we're referring to. So when authorities identify this as happening and they seize the animals, oftentimes the conditions they are found in are a lot of animals in a very small space, dead animals, alive animals. If we were to mention all of the various species and their uses, there's no doubt that in the case of reptiles, there's a high demand and findings. Many have been identified in illegal markets. Turtles, many turtles have been identified. In the case of bird species, we have identified guacamayos and parrots, a variety of species that are found in these illegal markets. And additionally, something we mentioned in the presentation, the case of amphibians, there is a very peculiar case, in the case of Peru, where we've found tremendous large volumes. We're referring to thousands, not hundreds, of frogs, Género These are under large national demand due to these beliefs with regard to their medicinal properties. So there is a large demand for these kinds of animals due to their uses. But something I'd like to highlight is that throughout this entire chain, supply chain that I've mentioned, there are always individuals that these animals enter into contact with from their point of extraction, collection, and sale. It all goes through a chain of individuals that are involved in the process. And many of these animals enter into close contact genetically with us, with humans. In the case of mammals, these risks increase in these cases. All of these animals that we're mentioning that reach a final destination are extracted or collected in various points. and they carry with them their pathogens. In many cases, they are completely unknown pathogens. Many need to be researched, reviewed, and better understood. Here we're discussing the problems pertaining to wildlife traffic, and we're discussing routes, borders, and species. But as I mentioned earlier, there's still a lot that we need to research further and better understand and be able to connect these risks that are associated, because as the previous panelist said, we do not know what might be the next pandemic in our countries or in the Amazon region. We're all facing a risk that is latent. So with that, I will close my presentation so that we can hear from the other panelists. We will now continue with today's agenda. Unfortunately, we couldn't hear her on this side of things, but thank you very much. We'll now continue with today's agenda. It's a pleasure for me to introduce you to Rowena Watson. She is responsible for the Office of Illegal Wildlife Trafficking at the Department of State of the United States. Dr. Watson, the floor is yours. Thank you.
in Washington, and I work on wildlife conservation as well as combating wildlife trafficking. And so this issue, I'm really happy to hear all of the wisdom from the previous panelists, so I don't need to repeat any of that. I think that I've had a chance to work on this issue with many of my colleagues at the State Department, including in the health departments. All of us have been dealing with the COVID pandemic fallout, and how are we making this issue about wildlife trafficking understood with our colleagues. So we really have an opportunity here, and so that's what I'm going to spend my few minutes talking about, that how we are making the case for the global impacts of wildlife trafficking and disease risks for all of us who are working on human health, security, and economic stability and security, and how these issues are really of very high relevance and importance. So as longtime leaders in combating wildlife trafficking, the United States has always framed this issue as serious transnational crime that threatens security, undermines the rule of law, fuels corruption, supports organized criminal networks, robs communities of legitimate economic livelihoods, pushes species to the brink of extinction, and spreads disease. So we're all pretty well versed in most of those things. But that last piece on spreading disease is something that many of us have talked about for years and even decades. And now we're finally finding ways to highlight this and get some real attention for making this a lot more serious and the appropriate recognition. So the global attention on zoonotic disease, emergence, spillover, and spread, including the risk of high-risk wildlife consumption and trade, unregulated markets, illegal encroachment into wildlife habitat and protected areas, illegal deforestation and illegal mining, and of course wildlife trafficking is getting a lot more attention. And now is our moment politically and working together in multilateral fora to make the case that combating wildlife trafficking and enforcing wildlife laws matters for preventing the next pandemic and decreasing the risks of zoonotic disease spillover and spread from wildlife. For better and worse, we have an opportunity to use the COVID pandemic to really drive the agenda to raise awareness of the importance of combating wildlife trafficking. Where are we already seeing this awareness and the risks of zoonotic disease from wildlife consumption and trafficking? So we're seeing it in a lot of multilateral fora. We're seeing it in the G7, in the G20, in the United Nations Environment Assembly, in the United Nations General Assembly, in the World Health Organization, and so on. So one way that this is coming together and multiple partners are engaging is by promoting the One Health approach, the nexus of human, animal, both domestic and wildlife, and environmental health. So many of you in this room have already been working on the One Health approach, and many of your governments as well as non-government partners are well versed in the One Health approach. There's been quite a bit of progress here. For instance, a few weeks ago, there was an announcement that it's what used to be called the tripartite, which is the WHO, FAO, and OIE, which is the World Organization for Animal Health collaboration, which has been around for quite a while. It's now going to be the quadripartite because UNEP is going to be one of the partners, the United Nations Environment Program. So there's so many opportunities for us to look at all of these environmental angles that we've all been talking about already. So now that we have some attention and awareness of these risks of disease spillover from wildlife, my question for all of us is, how are we going to change behaviors, patterns, law enforcement, high-risk captive wildlife breeding, illegal bushmeat consumption, prosecutions, et cetera, in order to decrease risk for zoonotic disease spillover and spread? So how can those of us committed to combating wildlife trafficking work with our colleagues in other sectors such as health and food security, trade, and conservation to impact much greater progress on law enforcement as an imperative to preventing pandemics with zoonotic origins? So, for instance, in the US, we've been working with our interagency partners with a lot more focus and objective on preventing the next pandemic by raising awareness and bringing out some of these real policy changes and behavior changes that need to happen. So we didn't used to work with our health colleagues as frequently, and our trade partners and our conservation partners focusing on the One Health approach and on zoonotic disease spread, but now we're all talking about this. So this is our time to make some of these other sectors and our colleagues in the private sector as well as our government partners understand why wildlife trafficking is critical for global health security. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Watson. We will continue. We will continue with our panel. Still with sound issues, but that's okay. Vamos a continuar, por favor, con nuestro asunto, la siguiente presentación que está encargado.
Move forward to the next presentation. This will be led by Byron Adrian Lagla, Minister of Environment, Water, and Ecological Transition from Ecuador. So, considering the cooperation between regional, local, national, and international organizations, also taking into account the logistical capabilities of these different institutions to really prevent illegal wildlife trade, also focused on the impacts of human health. Please go ahead, Mr. Byron. Thank you very much. Well, to start to approach this topic on wildlife illegal trade and its linkage to human health, we must remember that the international or the World Organization for Animal Health detected that 95% of human diseases are linked to, 65% of human diseases are linked to also animal health. And this is therefore the focus that we must carry out in our countries and at a regional level. In our country, Ecuador, we've positioned very clearly that we must really strengthen the technical skills of our teams at a national level. We, as part of the World Organization for Animal Health, or the OIE by its acronym in French, well, we must also allow a surveillance system that we've already progressed on. For us as a country, we are also specifying this in the territory and also remembering or taking into account that we as Ecuador, from our organic regulation codes and also criminal codes, these frameworks acknowledge and also specify on the rights of nature. This meaning that we've assigned as a country that also conveys that we are working on an epidemiological surveillance system, also working hand in hand with other institutions. Therefore, we've also called upon the Ministry of Public Health of Ecuador to help us in this technological surveillance system, specifically working on wildlife. For us as a country, it's absolutely fundamental that we start speaking about traceability and that we start speaking about the comprehensive management of wildlife. We cannot simply say, all right, we've rescued, we've seized, we've released X amount of species, or these individuals have been sent to a conservation space. This must change substantially, focusing on comprehensive management of wildlife, taking into account as well animal health and welfare of each of the individuals and species. That means that we need to have a protocol that really safeguards our integrity as officials, as technicians who will carry out the control on wildlife, and also safeguarding animal health and welfare. So we, at an Ecuadorian national level, we're proposing that we work on a regional level on specifically the demand reduction on CITES species at a regional level. If we can reduce the demand of CITES species at a regional level, therefore we will have a much more effective control. We also need an inclusion of other species within this list. On the other hand, for us it's very clear that we need to work with the peoples who are the first hand managers and wildlife managers in our region, of course, respecting their ancestral and traditional knowledges that each community or peoples have. Because we have not yet acknowledged them as owners of this knowledge and this bond with nature. As Ecuadorian government, we also want to work on a regional surveillance system that is linked precisely to epidemiological matters, which is obviously linked to wildlife. We, as a country, understand that we must work together with each of the countries of the region. Also, taking into account a vision, a more comprehensive vision with each and every one of you colleagues, and that is Ecuador's vision. Specifically because we no longer want to have all the bureaucratic processes that limit us to have a certain or more effective operation within countries. And for example, the operation that was led by Ecuador of having a more regional working team focused specifically on wildlife. Thank you. All right, as we don't have incoming sound and we do have some on-site attendees, I would like them to participate. I think Andrew is able to hear us. This is a question for Dr. Cunningham and for other panelists as well. Can you please text the question on the chat? All right, we have around 8 minutes left for questions. Are there no questions, really? Yes, I would like to ask a question. I just want to emphasize that illegal trafficking is as important as, for example, weapons or drug trafficking. Actually, if we compare weight by weight, the illegal trafficking of illegal trafficking of wildlife is actually even more lucrative than heroin illegal trafficking, and it's continuously increasing. I think there is a question. Yes, we do have questions from the audience. I apologize, I'm not able to hear the question. Please go ahead. Yes. All right, should I ask a question in English or Spanish? In Spanish would be okay. We have simultaneous interpreting. Hi, Dr. Cunningham. I am a former alumni of George Mason University. I would like for you to please expand on the current situation where live animals in captivity excrete more pathogens. We'd like to ask Professor Cunningham, were you able to hear the question?
Together with animals of the same species and of different species. And so they will be under extreme stress. And when any animal is under extreme stress, they become immunocompromised, which means that the immune system stops being able to dampen down any infections that the animal has. And so particularly viruses will come. If you think about it, an analogy would be somebody who is under stress at work or something and they get a cold sore. So you have the cold sore virus in your body, but it's only when you're stressed that that virus starts to proliferate and create the lesion. And when it creates the lesion, it can then spread to other people. And it does that because when you're under stress, your immune system is suppressed. And therefore, any viruses in your body are able to replicate much better than they could when your immune system was working normally and keeping them under control. And it's exactly the same in these animals, except you can magnify that 100 or 1,000 times because you've got different animals under very extreme stress for long periods of time.
Andrew, can you expand on the situation on those animals are brought from any species and how stress generates is not only poor conditions, but also all put together, the unhealthy situation, dead animals in a cage, sharing with other species. You want to expand a little bit on that? I think that's very important to emphasize.
Okay, thank you, Alonso. It is important. So many animals live. They live in discrete, small social groups, or even solitary in the wild. And then when they're put together in these, when they're trafficked and they're in amongst other species of their own species, that can be extremely stressful for them because they are going to be fighting and competing with each other, and they're not naturally in that situation. But it gets even worse if they're in with other species that they would not normally mix with in the wild.
Thank you.
Tenemos una pregunta.
One more question.
Sí.
And si no, otra pregunta, si no vamos a cerrar el panel.
Sí, tenemos una pregunta que llega.
Questions through the YouTube channel of the Ministry of Environment, and we want to gladly take this opportunity to say hello to everyone watching us. And Javier Torres is asking, what epidemiological control is being carried out in the Amazon region, specifically, and the trafficking that is originated from this area? And from Argentina, Arandia Robles is asking, can you please share examples of diseases that have been transmitted from wildlife, seized animals to human beings in the Andean region. And we also have some other questions from our audience in the auditorium. So let's please give priority to these two questions that I just read that came through our YouTube channel. Who would like to take the floor? The first question is, what epidemiological monitoring is being carried out to fauna that has been seized in the Amazon region? So in all conservation medium, and I will speak at a country level, so all conservation agencies and our partners and the different branches that help us manage wildlife, well, once we seize or carry out seizing operations or collect these individuals of species, we yearly carry out a control on animal health and welfare, which are very much associated to the epidemiological topics with other agencies that are authorities in these matters in our country. And this has certainly allowed us to really argue as a country that we need an epidemiological system that is quite robust and strengthened, very much linked to wildlife, that can allow us to have further control of this conservation mediums, and that we can avoid the situation, for example, in the future that we have an epidemiological case that is really out of the scope. As far as, or up to the moment, we have had yearly reviews and yearly works, and we have had enough technical capacities as well as management capacities through these different conservation mediums. Thank you very much. Now we'll give the floor to Rowena Watson.
with wildlife and wildlife habitats and wildlife consumption. So, because we're never going to have a list of stuff that we know, the complete list rather, of stuff that we know is a zoonotic disease transmission risk until we already know it, right? So we can't know what we don't know here. And so it's about changing a lot of behaviors. Thanks.
Gracias. Adelante.
También un poco para complementar en parte de la experiencia y lo que conocemos.
From our experience and what has been developed in different countries, basically there's a responsible authority on the management and handling of wildlife, flora and fauna in different Andean Amazonic countries. And those are the main responsible authorities for management, control, and handling when these events occur, specifically events in relation to illegal wildlife trade. And these are the authorities that determine basically the captivation or the capturing of or the custody of these animals. And there's certainly a collaborative work with different rescue centers as well as universities. So sadly, in many cases of monitoring, well, what we've seen is that these are lag behind to the places where these species or individuals are destined to be transported to. And I believe that's something that is necessary, and I want to pinpoint on this, is that we need to strengthen several of these different diagnosis skills, because many times the different exams that are carried out are pretty much clinical routine exams. When there is suspicion of potential diseases, well, that is the moment in which we need to seek or perhaps evaluate what are the diagnoses that we will carry out. And the capacity in our countries is pretty limited, and that's why we need to strengthen these. And I would also like to highlight what the Ecuadorian Authority mentioned about the intention or the need to start really working in building a more comprehensive surveillance system, including of course, a more preventive standpoint and not just focusing on a more reactive standpoint. For example, when the seizings have occurred and when animals are now in custody, and many times they die before reaching their final destination, unfortunately. So a preventive standpoint and understanding what happens to these species in the wildlife, how do these species interact, and what is happening with specific zoonotic diseases there. I think that all this is very much important to include within our monitoring and surveillance systems. That is what I would like to add to the previous points mentioned by the other panelists. Thank you very much, Giovanna. Now we will answer one more question from the audience here at the hotel, and then we will reply to another question being forwarded through our YouTube channel. Good morning, my name is Janet Cisneros. I come from Peru, and like Ecuador, we understand that the One Health concept is certainly part of the concepts that will lead us to really create state policies that can help us avoid future pandemics in the world. And I want to call for reflection about how to perhaps make these concepts in each of our countries much more operational, since we know that each country has a particular dynamic, its own ministries, and a specific need to articulate these different stakeholders internally. For example, understanding a health system as a comprehensive one will require not only this linkage, but also this commitment between ministries, so that monitoring as well as preventive policies that were mentioned in sessions yesterday can also be developed and can also be aligned, because I think that something important we talked about is that it's absolutely useless that a country can propose, for example, a working line if the neighboring country does not share that same working topic or working line. And for us to really be working in a joint and positive manner, we need to have a consensus of a unification of different state policies, and for us all to be aligned against or in the fight against illegal wildlife trade, as we all have or suffer the same consequences that and scourges of these crimes. Does someone else want to add any points or comments to this reply? If not, we will continue to reply to the next question. What binding national regulations should be implemented in the country to really conserve our flora and fauna wildlife? This question is made by Jose Luis Atalaya. Would someone like to reply this question? All right, I think all our regional, all our countries at a regional level have common nationalities and ideas, and I think this is also part of the Demagogia Protocol, and I think we must work together with them in terms of ancestral knowledge and learning or acknowledging that they're the first-hand managers of wildlife. This should be certainly integrated to a traceability topic of wildlife when we're talking about the use of wildlife as well. At a regional level, all countries must start or continue working not only regarding restrictions, but also on a responsible use and exploitation of these species. Many times communication channels are not so effective. We must start to have a much more effective way of communicating with these communities for us to convey clear messages. And we're talking about an exploitation that is both useful, respectful, and sustainable of natural resources. All right, thank you very much. I don't think we have any more questions. So we want to thank you for this very interesting participation in this panel about illegal wildlife trade and its risks for human health. Now we'd like to invite everyone who is joining us here at the Santa Teresa Hotel to a 20-minute break. We'll have a coffee break, and it's located at the hall of the hotel. And we expect that all attendees joining us in a virtual manner who have participated quite actively in the session can come back online in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Bueno, nuevamente buenos días. Vamos a retomar entonces nuestras sesiones de conferencias, de paneles, en esta segunda conferencia de alto nivel de las Américas sobre el comercio ilegal de vida silvestre. Después de esta pausa, vamos a seguir
In the Americas. After the coffee break, we will continue with the panel on strategies to exchange information in order to strengthen regional cooperation when addressing illegal wildlife trade. This panel will discuss strategies regarding exchanging information in order to strengthen regional cooperation. This panel's moderator is Jorge Rios from the UNDCP. We'll have several participants joining us. We have Angeli del Pilar Mailo Perez, a specialized prosecutor on the environment and natural resources, and the Environment Protection Network, AIAMP. Fatima Sanchez is also joining us virtually, Ravi's secretary, and Marco Fodi, program manager for illicit markets, subdirectorate at Interpol. Joining us in person, we have Joaquin de la Torre from IFA, Coalition to End Wildlife Trafficking Online, and Flor de Maria Vega Zapata, Senior Prosecutor and National Coordinator for Specialized Prosecutors Units on the topic of environmental affairs. The side event scheduled for 2 p.m., Corazón de la Amazonía, Flora, Fauna, and Endangered Species will be held at 4 p.m. in this same hall, and it will be streamed via the Ministry of the Environment's account as well as the UNDCP's account. So, Jorge, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. Better said, good morning. Thank you. Today we're going to discuss the topic of information. So this panel discusses strategies to encourage an exchange of information and knowledge, as well as cooperation in order to be able to combat illegal wildlife trafficking. As stated in the introduction, my name is Jorge Rios. I work at the UNDCP, and we have a panel of experts to discuss this important topic. Throughout this conference, I believe that the message that should be clear to us is that compiling information and the use of the information, the exchange of information, is of utmost importance in order to be able to achieve the objectives we share, whether it be preservation or prosecution and law enforcement. In many cases, I believe we also understand that information is a treasure for us, and it has power behind it. It's not just about going around and keeping busy. It has power, and there's a reason behind it. I think this panel is very important because in the Americas, we face significant threats. So it's also important to recognize the fact that not only South America, but also other parts of the world, where the lack of useful information and exchanging this information is something that concerns us all. So with that introduction, I'd like us to begin this panel. We have 75 minutes, an hour and 15 minutes, and we're going to ask the experts to please stick to the allotted time, which is 5 to 7 minutes each. Otherwise, I will do what Juan Carlos did yesterday, my colleague from CITES, and I'm going to interrupt. Having said that, I'm going to welcome you to this panel, which I believe will be incredibly interesting. So, I'd like to begin by welcoming Fatima Sanchez, who has joined us virtually today. Fatima Sanchez is currently the senior prosecutor for the environment in Panama, as well as the focal point and secretary for the observation network and application of regulation of wildlife in Central America and the Dominican Republic. This network has the name ROAVIS. And AIAMP and those specialized in environmental crimes that have 16 years of experience working with the public Ministry of Panama, working on following up on causes for the prosecution unit. It is a pleasure to hand the floor over to Ms. Sanchez. Thank you very much, Jorge, and thank you for the introduction. Well, I'm also thankful for the invitation from the organizers. I am aware of the fact that we have limited time today, so I will try to speak as briefly as possible. We do have a series of strategies in this region. These strategies involve coordination and the creation of internal networks. Why? Because we face this situation and these crimes against wildlife that are very widespread, and they are present in the legislation as serious offenses. As a part of these strategies, and together with the Secretary of the Network for the application of wildlife protection, we have the plan to create internal networks or additional networks, and this has allowed us to have a better idea of the trends or modus operandi. Nonetheless, the creation of these internal networks also go hand in hand with the international component. These international networks from other countries, they are a part of the COAVIS network, and this allows us, the ROAVIS network, and allows us to have research units and intelligence units and units that address illegal traffic of both flora and fauna. Multidisciplinary specialized teams have been created as a part of these networks, and protocols and guidelines have been developed that allow us to have a research mechanism working in a parallel fashion, as well as it allows us to coordinate and plan activities. With ROAVIS, who has accepted to be the Secretariat, we are responsible to conduct activities that focus not only on hosting meetings, but also workshops and training. Because training includes not only the prosecution side of things, but also investigation and science. On behalf of RAVIS, we also have support from international entities in the Department of the Interior, as well as international technical assistance. And this support has allowed us to be able to share information, which has been of great use, thanks to the national networks. These national networks, via ROAVIS, which is the Central American and Dominican Republic Wildlife Enforcement and Compliance Network, so that, as I pointed out, allows us to have a space to discuss and address what is occurring in the region, to have a roadmap to understand what are the existing trends and modus operandi, apart from the application of specific investigation techniques. We focus not only on wildlife, but also organized crime, as well as other associated crimes, such as corrupt public officials. So through ROAVIS, all of this work has been strengthened with regard to the creation of these internal networks that involve not only prosecution units, but also the CITES authorities, administrative authorities, and police forces. And this allows us to create multidisciplinary teams to research these crimes. As I pointed out, we don't see it as a basic or simple crime against wildlife, but also that we are dealing with international networks that work in international transnational crimes, as well as other crimes related to these activities that are having a negative impact on our wildlife, both flora and fauna. Within ROAVIS, this exchange of information is conducted annually. Nonetheless, we hold in-person meetings and stay in touch via technology in order to continue conducting these workshops and training programs, creating awareness as well. This is an important aspect. As I mentioned earlier, 11 years ago, ROAVIS began with focal points that are a part of the public ministry. Nonetheless, this exchange or support has increased. As I said, the CITES authorities, the administrative authorities, and the police forces. So these strategies are to verify what strategies are necessary. Well, the creation of national and internal networks that are implemented and that allow us to have planning and act accordingly, or based on this, determine whether we're going to act regionally, binationally, etc. But this can only be achieved through this exchange of information, which is what we are reinforcing with EDU training and support from international cooperation and the member countries that are part of ROAVIS. We're also members of other networks, or we have ties with other networks, as well as support through the pact and the support you receive to implement this. This is a quick overview of the strategies that we have based on the exchange of information through the creation of national internal networks among each of the member countries so that we can have a better idea of these routes and trends and develop our national, regional, and international strategies based on this information. Thank you very much, Ms. Sanchez. You ended right on time. Fantastic. I'd also like to thank you for explaining and giving us an idea of the achievements made by ROAVIS. I feel like it was very complete. And of course, you highlighted the importance of compiling and analyzing information. I'd like to mention that, as well as exchanging information not only on a regional international level, but also at a national level, which seems to be a weakness for many of our countries. Thank you very much, Ms. Sanchez. We'll circle back to you in a few minutes. I have the pleasure now of inviting Dr. Flor de Maria Vega Zapata, a friend that many of you know. Dr. Flor de Maria is a senior prosecutor and national coordinator of specialized environmental prosecution units at the FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. She is also the director of the Regional Network for Environmental Prosecution Units. She has more than 20 years of experience as a prosecutor, and since the year 2015, she is coordinating the specialized environmental units. And her time there has demonstrated a variety of achievements in the environmental sphere. She has advanced specialized offices to have an impact on environmental crimes and ensuring the human resource required for the offices under her charge to operate successfully. Thank you once again for being here, Flor de Maria. You have 5 to 7 minutes. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to ask that you please share our slide, but I'm also going to ask that the first slides be past quickly so that the 5 minutes suffice to share what I have to share with you. Well, in Peru, on an annual basis, I'm being told something there? Yes? In Peru, thousands of live animals are sold annually, as well as animal parts. Local markets and virtual markets via these networks are the main spaces where our wildlife is sold. We have worked to mention, I'm afraid my presentation is not being shared. I'd like to mention that in 2020, even though the pandemic occurred, wildlife depredation has not ceased. In 2021, there have been 5,903 species, wildlife species, seized. This number is too high. It seems exaggerated, but it's a species, a type of turtle that lives in the jungle. And on many occasions, the prosecutors in the jungle, as well as in Lima, have seized these animals. In 2021, there were 2,000 prosecution folders that we've investigated. What is present in all of these is wildlife. There have been 492 operations carried out. This slide describes the number of species that have been seized, how many we have saved. This includes live and dead animals, as well as animal parts. Next slide, please. I will not discuss this specific species because many of the panelists have already referred to the species present in our country. But this is something that occurs in all Latin American countries, the types of species as well as the problem that we are facing. The national system. Let's see, who do we work with and what are the strategies in order to facilitate the exchange of information and cooperation in order to turn illegal wildlife trade to change it. We work with SEDFOR, for example. I see that Janet is present in this conference. She supports us significantly in the investigations that we conduct in Peru. She provides support to the prosecutors for them to be able to identify the type of wildlife that we have captured or seized. So we work on the regional working tables to control forests and wildlife. We have a different type of regional meetings. Sometimes I can't go there personally, given the work we have in Lima, but each fiscal district is involved in these working groups, and they discuss with the authorities, such as SEDFO, to be able to make progress on these topics having to do with caring for environment, and above all, protecting it from depredation, protecting the wildlife. We also have monitoring entities or units. In Lima, we have the National Prosecution Office that has 4 monitoring units, which are very important to the work that our prosecutors do, not only when it comes to forestry, but also fauna. Exchanging information between the public ministry and other authorities, as mentioned earlier, we We request reports from CERFOR, which is the authority, as well as intelligence assessment. We request this from the DIAC and sometimes the Army. It depends on the space where we'll be operating to keep our prosecutors from facing surprises when they reach these spaces. Like what happens once when they were armed and they shot our police forces and prosecutors. So we require intelligence authorities to ensure that they reach the right place and that we avoid any problems that might arise that affect their integrity. We also ask them to conduct their investigations. There is a specialized unit of experts in environmental affairs, so they conduct their investigations and resulting reports. And this is the basis for our processes, and this is how we can achieve significant sentences. First steps. I have 2 minutes left. We must ensure that wildlife trafficking crimes are made visible. We need to make these crimes be known, ensure that they are prosecuted, and that sentences are issued. There are processes underway with various neighboring countries, processes such as the case of the Galapagos turtles with Ecuador. We also have with Bolivia. Bird traffic, we have the shark fins, and then we also have some binational projects that will be worked on soon. The use of academic tools is also very important because we need to provide training. If prosecutors are not trained in any country in Latin America and the world, or if the judges are not trained, or the police forces or the administrative authorities, well, nothing will be achieved. So we need to be prepared and trained in order to be able to deal with these crimes. Not only trained with traffic matters, but also the legal aspect in order to be able to win these cases. We are working with WCS and the Catholic Unit for Science. It is a 6-month program where all environmental prosecutors in Peru are enrolled. This is of great importance, and I believe it's a best practice that should be continued. I believe that's all. No? There's 1 minute left. So I'd like to briefly say that in Peru, we are fighting for environmental crimes to be considered as organized crime. The congressman that is present in Colombia right now has presented this venture, and from the prosecutor's office, we have provided significant support to this venture. Another thing that's very important, and I'm sure you remember this, we mentioned the need of creating prosecution offices that have a national scope. And we have created the supra unit. Why is this important? Because there will be crimes linked to environmental matters, and others will have to do with national crimes, and others have an international sphere. So, for example, with regard to timber, they pass through Pucallpa, Pucallali, the Amazon region. It might transmit Yurimaguas and then reach Lima. So we require 4 or 5 prosecutors to research each part. But now, with this office, we can conduct one sole investigation. We have been able to capture 29 people a month ago with support from prosecutors from all of Peru. We have 155 prosecutors in Peru. It's been an operational success. And we have one that is prepared in fauna matters. And very soon it will be announced with the corresponding operation.
So I wanted to just mention, well, actually I will just extend 1 more minute. I know that I'm out of time. So when we don't have quick, necessary information to carry out investigations. We create this information, meaning we request it. We call SERFOR, the National Service for Forestry in Peru, and what we tell them is, well, we really need to have information. Sometimes we even contact WCS and Oceanum, and these reports that are sent to us, we base our investigations with. So as I say, the support that we have from different organisms, from NGOs, or from cooperating countries, in this case the US, such as we've had also with the UK, Norway, well, we are always supporting each other. I also wanted to add that very recently I have been appointed as a director of this network. And why is this important? Well, because this group, REDEMPA, is the Latin American network of the environmental affairs and ministries. So we will all work together to change some things, and I would like to invite you for you to support us, because this is a regional support that is needed. We are all environmental prosecutors here present, and in Sudwen we are joined in this fight. Because once we start working with the Sudwen, it will be great if we can jointly do it with Redempa, this network. I know that I've extended my time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Flor de Maria, for sharing with us the strategies, the different processes, the achievements, and also the specialized environmental prosecutions office work and advances, and also the importance of this regional network of environmental prosecutors. Now I have the pleasure of introducing Mrs. Angeli, who's joining us in a virtual manner. Angeli is a specialized prosecutor, environmental prosecutor in Colombia, and she is an environmental prosecutor since 15 years in the illegal mining and biodiversity group. Specifically, she is an attorney, and she graduated from the University Libre of Colombia. She is specialized in criminal law, and she's a candidate to a master's degree from criminal law of that same university. She's an auditor in environmental management, and she's an advocate for the rights of nature. She is currently also a professor at the High Studies of the National Academy of Colombia. Thank you, Angeli. Please take the floor. Just give us 1 minute until we fix audio technical issues we're having. Once again, please try. We cannot yet hear you. Just give us 1 second, please. So it seems that it is a problem on your side, Angeli. So apparently her audio is muted. Alright, so until we fix Angeli's audio problem, Angeli, perhaps you can solve this on the side with the technicians, and we will continue with today's program so we can leave room for the following presentations. So now I have the pleasure of introducing our next panelist who will also join us in a virtual way. His name is Marco Foy. He is the manager. Marco Fodi is the program manager of illicit markets and a subdirectorate at the Interpol. And he focuses on jointly working on environmental and pharmaceutical forfeit problems as well as digital piracy. Marco has over 20 years of experience in international development, and he's had several management roles both in the public sector as well as in the private sector. And also joining Marco in a virtual manner, we have with us Mr. Salvador Ortega, who has been subscribed to the Interpol by the Spanish Guard Force, Civil Guard Force, since the year 2018, and since 2021 he is the interim forestry official of this subdirectorate in Interpol. Thank you, Marco, for joining us. I'd like to give you the floor. You can hear me, right? Yes, perfectly. I apologize. I will share my presentation in English. Good morning or good afternoon. I will switch to English now.
How Interpol can improve the strategies on information exchange that strengthen regional cooperation in addressing illegal wildlife trade. So, Interpol is the only international organization which has the mandate to share nominal information and intelligence related to criminal cases. The only international organization which can put at disposal of its member countries, its 195 member countries, formal channels to share information and intelligence at the global level through its secure global policing communication system, that is the I-24/7, and its 19 databases. Our environmental security program consists of 5 crime areas: fisheries crime, forestry crime, illegal mining, pollution crime, and wildlife crime, which is the subject of this meeting today. We provide support to our members through our intelligence-led policing operating model, which consists of 3 main elements. That means prevention, detection, and disruption. We do that through the following capabilities. Is it possible to share the slides or not? Could be helpful for the participants. So we do this through our main capabilities that are to support global and regional law enforcement operations, operational support deployments to our member countries, or to provide capacity building and training, or through the production of intelligence analysis. And a very important capability related to this specific meeting are our regional investigative and analytical case meeting, which gathers countries to discuss about a case, often countries of the same region. We are supported by our working groups and our advisory board. You can move to next to that one that is called What Interpol Can Do, Policing Capabilities. We are there. Can you, so next, this one. And okay, you can stay there. So, and another thing that is very important is the multi-agency collaboration that we foster in our member countries. I can talk a little bit later about that. Here you can see a slide about the notices that are the core of the work of Interpol, the core of sharing of information and of international cooperation. Interpol notices are international requests for cooperation or alerts allowing police in member countries to share critical crime-related information. There are 8 different notices. We don't have the time to go through all of them, but you can find all of this information in our website, and we can share also the presentation with you. Next slide, please. Okay, this is just a snapshot of one of the capabilities that we provide to our members, and it is the coordination and support in organizing regional and the specific operations that that we conduct to fight the illegal wildlife trade, the wildlife crime. Is it possible to share the other slides? If not, I can go. Okay, it's okay. I'll go without the slides if there is a problem. So I want to just mention, since we don't have a lot of time, the Interpol National Environmental Security Task Forces which is a capability that brings together the main actors to fight the environmental crime at the national level. Actors like police, customs, environmental authorities, CITES authorities. This is an important tool that can be very useful to share information and also to improve the international cooperation. And that we work with a lot of several stakeholders from international organizations like the UNODC, where we are partnering with UNODC, for instance, both in the international consortium on combating wildlife crime or in a specific project funded by Norway that the law enforcement, that is called the Law Enforcement Assistance Program, LEAP, that is more on forestry than on wildlife. That's all for the moment, and we are here. We are keen to receive any questions on your end. Lo siento, he tenido que ir muy rápido. Lo siento también que no hemos podido ver todos los slides, pero podemos compartir toda la presentación y mucha más información. Muchas gracias a todos.
Muchas gracias, Marco. Entiendo que le vas a dar la palabra a Salvador. ¿Eso sigue en marcha? Are you still going to give the floor to Salvador? Marco? Bueno, parece que problemas de la red en Lyon. Entonces, vamos a continuar con el programa. Agradezco a Marco y obviamente para darnos el contexto del apoyo que
we cannot hear anything.
Ajá, Marco. Yes, please. I think we're having a tough connection with Leon, Marco. So just hold on and we'll get back to you in a few minutes after the presentations. Ahora vamos a, agradecer a Interpol por darnos esa visión de lo que hace en cuanto a brindar apoyo a los Estados miembros y obviamente darnos también una visión de las silvestres, sino otros temas como el tema de deforestación, tráfico ilícito de flora, el tema de minería ilegal, etc. Gracias, Marco, y vamos a regresar contigo en unos minutos. Ahora vamos a pasar al señor Marc Reina Tortosa, que es actual responsable temático del programa europeo El Pacto entre América Latina y la Unión Europea. Es politólogo y está especializado en cooperación internacional policial y judicial. Y desde hace más de 10 años, Marc gestiona y lidera proyectos de seguridad y justicia en América Latina, tanto en la sociedad civil como con organismos gubernamentales. Es uno de los fundadores de la Red Jaguar, excelente, de policías especializados en delitos ambientales entre Latinoamérica y Europa, y ha colaborado en publicaciones sobre delincuencia ambiental y crimen organizado. Mark, es un placer tenerte con nosotros también virtualmente y te cedo la palabra.
Muchísimas gracias, Jorge. El placer es nuestro y gracias a los organizadores, al Gobierno de Colombia, al Reino Unido y obviamente a UNODC. Aprovecho también que estáis en Colombia para saludar y agradecer al Mayor General Alejandro Barrera, que es el director de Carabineros de Colombia, con el cual sin él realmente los éxitos operacionales en investigación entre la Unión Europea y Colombia contra el tráfico de vida silvestre serían casi imposibles o imposibles en este aspecto, ¿no? Voy a tratar rápidamente el tema de...
So I would quickly talk about the different strategies, and I absolutely agree with Fatima. The Panama prosecutor or representative of the Ibero-American Association of Public Prosecutors, whom we've heard before, because it's key for us to exchange information and also to include intelligence. And I think that the network is definitely something that provides trust to all those appointed people. In this case, we have, for example, appointed people at ministry levels that participate in these networks. And we've also been able to collaborate among peers, among countries. And this is directly fostered to the extent that people have direct point of contact. And I would even say that we have a healthier kind of relationships between countries, and these are also points that I would like to review on how to improve. Also regarding the exchange of information that Marco has also pointed out is quite important, and I would even expand that we need to exchange information at an intelligent level. And for this we have different mechanisms. In the case of Interpol, for example, we have different databases, and so networks are tools that work in an excellent manner. So I don't think that we can neglect the fact that there are tools that certainly work and are also a bit more complex, but also in the police work and the legal work, both at national and international levels. For example, I'm just thinking about joint teams, joint investigation teams, and sometimes these are pretty complex to implement, and always the prosecutor's office is the entity that leads. But under the Palermo protocol and with among other countries of the region, we see that it's very challenging to compose different investigation joint teams. Also, the multidisciplinary specialized teams, and in other realms have other acronyms or names, meaning this is joint work between the police forces and the competent authorities regarding or depending on each case. Also relating to information exchange and specifically talking about some of the topics that we work from the Pacto, this program of assistance against transnational organized crime, I would specify or pinpoint coordination and also highlight 4 main challenges that we're considering in terms of environmental security and also in terms of information exchange. I think it's clear that firstly we would have the investigations carried out in the cyberspace. We've seen in the pandemic, for example, there's an important increase of these transactions or exchanges being carried out in the cyberspace, and obviously environmental crimes are no exception to this. Right now, for example, there aren't so many investigations as we would desire, but this requires human resources and also human capabilities that are quite advanced. We would also require legal frameworks that are clear. For example, the European Union and in some other countries, for example, you cannot have infiltrated cyber agents. And this is definitely applicable to other countries in the American continent to be able to, for example, ratify and effectively implement the Budapest Convention, because this is definitely a legal framework such as the Palermo Network, and the contribution of the UN is, well, absolutely fundamental. The Budapest Convention is mainly focused on topics in terms of cyber crimes, which is key, I think, in this topic. So these tools and guidances for example, crimes in cyberspace is key, and we will also approach something that we've called the Operation Cyber Jaguar, and this is also a contribution in a bidirectional way in which Europe and Latin America is participating. And we analyze, for example, environmental matters, GHG effects, and also endangered species. Secondly, the second challenge is corruption. I would say that, well, we always talk about corruption, but we don't really pinpoint it. And reality is that in the environmental defense, corruption is almost something that is innate or is implicit in these events. For example, when there's an event of a crime, if there's a public official, for example, that allows an enabling environment for this crime to be carried out. Therefore, we really need to understand that the second challenge, corruption-related topics, is key.
With regards to heritage and money laundering, it's been quite some time now that we've been saying, well, if we're going to conduct heritage investigation, we have to really get to recovery and identification of assets involved in the crime, because seizure is of key importance, specifically with regard to environmental crimes. So we need regulation to this end that allows us to have information. For example, the identifying who is responsible. One way to do this is understanding who has ownership of that asset. And I'd say that something that is almost mandatory is to open up two parallel investigations, one that is linked to money laundering and the other links to the crime itself that we are investigating. And finally, and in closing, the fourth challenge that is very tied to what Flor de Maria mentioned, right? With regard to the experts. The expert reports, information, having them be high quality reports, is of utmost importance. I believe this is key because it allows us to identify whether or not there is a crime and what kind of a crime it is. So in this case, having these standards being uniform and to standardize the way these reports are worked on and reported is of great importance. This applies within countries and among countries and regions as well. I know that the prosecution unit and the YAMP, which is a network of environmental defenders, the Ibero-American Association of Public Prosecutors, have been working on this. And this is something we're working on, and I believe it's a significant challenge and worth working on together. Thank you very much, Mark. Mark, since you have finished on time, I'm guessing that you must be located in Europe, is that right? Because sometimes here we have a hard time sticking to the allotted time. But thank you very much, Mark, for providing the context of the three challenges. In other words, research in cyberspace, corruption, and finally, the financial investigations and money laundering, leading to an exchange and just how difficult it is to exchange information when facing the new challenges that we face nearly every day. Mark will be back with you in a few minutes. Just to let the other panelists know, we're going to hear from Joaquin now, and then we'll hear from Angeli. We'll try once again with Angeli. Hopefully the problem will be resolved, and then we'll hear from Betania. So I'd like to hand the floor over now to Joaquin. I know him well, but I'm afraid I don't have his entire resume here. Joaquin, thank you for being here with us. Joaquin de la Torre, he works for IFAO, which is the International Fund for Animal Welfare. He is the Director for Latin America and the Caribbean. And Joaquin is responsible for the implementation of the regional strategy to promote the conservation of the environment as well as animal well-being in the region in all areas, including work with the authorities in the region as well as multilateral environmental conventions as well as field work in order to find solutions that allow for coexistence between wildlife and humans. And we are aware of the fact that this is quite difficult to achieve, but of great importance. Joaquin has 20 years of experience working in the fields of animal well-being, conservation and the environment, international policy, as well as communication for the nonprofit sector. Joaquin, it's a pleasure to see you once again. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Jorge. I'd just like to clarify that this presentation is also in representation of two other organizations, Traffic and WWF, because we work in partnership. And the advantage of being seated next to the moderator is that I can see his time. So I hope to stick to the allotted time. So just to provide some context, IFAO is a global organization, and we have offices and operations. We have offices in 15 countries, but projects in more than 40 countries. And our team involves a little more than 300 experts in animal biology, zoology, veterinarian science, and we work with governments and communities and the private sector, which is in fact the topic I will address today. We have been mentioning constantly, not only in this forum, but in nearly all international fora, the role of social media and the internet. As an organization, since 2004, we began to study this phenomena, and we began to publish reports. These are some examples of said reports. In fact, the first one, which is the one you can see here, you might see the computer model, and you can see that it was in 2004 because it was still these clunky presentations. But thanks to the work that we've done with some specific platforms, some significant achievements have been made. For example, we were able to forbid ivory trade as well as other endangered species parts, such as turtle parts. With Etsy in 2013, more recently, we were able to forbid the sale of ivory. And one of the most recent achievements that I will discuss now is in 2020 with Baidu, which is a very important Asian platform. We were able to develop an AI tool that I discussed briefly yesterday that allows us to identify potentially illegal products without the need for there being text or a keyword there. And this is thanks to cooperation. However, this is such a complex and large issue that we must join forces with other organizations. And I believe connection is a key word here. We need to connect to be able to share and exchange this information. So in 2018, the organizations Traffic, IFAO, and WWF created a coalition to be able to put an end to wildlife trafficking. In 2018, we began with 21 companies, and as of today, there are 47 companies. We are present in all continents, basically because some of these platforms are global. And the key behind this coalition's success is that we have envisioned this coalition understanding that when you work with one platform alone, what happens is that traffic simply transitions or moves on to another platform. So we need to try to cover as much area as possible in this way. So for these criminals that want to use these platforms, we need to make it nearly impossible for them to be able to do business online without being detected and monitored. These are some of the organizations, and you can probably see that some of these names that we're talking about a tremendous, tremendous scope. TikTok alone has 9 trillion users, so we're referring to a significant scope. The way this coalition works is with 5 main pillars. The first is to harmonize policies. This means we work with them as organizations in order for them to be able to develop internal policies that they can implement on their platforms. A key aspect here is training their teams for them to know of these products, to know how this traffic operates, and for these platforms to also be committed to educating their users and prepare information pieces to educate their users. There's something we call the cyber spotter, which are people trained to find and identify products that allow us to enrich the vocabulary we use for these searches, in other words, key terms, as well as AI and the search algorithms. And I circled the center area because the key here, and the reason I'm seated on this panel, is because collaboration among industries is of vital importance. We are connecting all of these platforms, and we are taking them down a path where we are finding ways to harmonize and standardize policies. Due to time constraints, I'm now going to focus on 3 very tangible results. I like to speak of the work we do because these are results that can be measured, that can be seen. We've been able to train more than 2,000 people working on these platforms. Thanks to this collaboration and the exchange of information, and I highlight exchange of information. I'm not sure this has a pointer, but let's see. Yep. This figure right here, more than 2,500. These are more than 2,500 keywords that have been identified, and we've created a database in more than 12 languages, if I'm not mistaken. It's already been classified by species, and all this thanks to the exchange of information. Just to give you an example, if we wanted to publish fangs, jaguar fangs on Baidu, then it would be obvious. So they put large fang of America's cat. So what we do is identify that play on words they use or those terms they use to enrich the search algorithms. So then what did we find? Maybe they wouldn't place words because the truth is that there might be corrupt people and the trafficker can find a way forward. But you can't fool a machine, right? So what do? No words, just the image. Therefore, it's important to work with AI as well. The other figure I'd like to highlight is the fact that thanks to this coalition, since 2018, more than 11,600,000 publications have been blocked and eliminated. More than 11,600,000 publications of illegal products have been eliminated from these networks and platforms. This means this trafficker can no longer do business on these channels. Where have they gone? Well, this is something we need to continue investigating. The average buyer doesn't enter the dark web, right? So it means we're making life harder for them. We're making it harder for traffickers to use these platforms. And of course, with the coalition, we conduct events with key stakeholders, Interpol, Europol. We always have collaboration. We work a lot in Asia, which is where we've found that there is a large volume of illegal trade. And finally, understanding that my time is up, this is what I was saying. This tool by the name of Owlet is a tool for the members of these platforms to receive training. And the part that's highlighted in yellow is this database of key terms. As I said, it's available in more than 12 languages, and it's already been classified by species. So all of these tools, oops, my presentation has disappeared. All of these tools have been made possible thanks to cooperation with the private sector, as well as with NGOs and governments. So that would be all. Thank you very much. Fantastic, Joaquin. Thank you very much for giving us a detailed information on some of these topics that are perhaps not very clear to some of us, but the fact that you've been able to connect so many companies that work online is of great importance. We know that a lot of the trade occurs in these online spaces. So now I'd like to ask our technical team if we've been able to connect to Angeli. Yes? Okay. In that case, Angeli, hello again. And the floor is yours. Good afternoon. Okay. Hello to each of those present at this high-level conference on illegal wildlife trade in the Americas. I apologize for the technical problems. I hope that you can hear me well now. This is the information we have from the prosecutor's office in Colombia related to the topic of this panel on mechanisms for legal cooperation in order to combat illegal wildlife trade, not only in Colombia, but also internationally. So I'd like to begin with the experience Colombia has had and the formal and informal mechanisms used in order to strengthen the legal investigations linked to trafficking species, wildlife, flora and fauna, biological resources, and everything that is linked to these natural resources. Colombia and all the countries present have been working on a strategy for cooperation in legal matters, such as the sentences, understanding that these are mechanisms that can have limitations. So the use of letters of request might take more time than expected, but these mechanisms of cooperation have been improved via a variety of associations, including the Ibero-American Association of Public Prosecutors. It was created in 2020, and it has allowed Ibero-American Spanish-speaking countries, such as Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, Bolivia, other Latin American countries, Mexico, Spain, Portugal, and Andorra, be able to strengthen their legal cooperation. And it's precisely thanks to the creation of this multilateral cooperation mechanism that we have been able to strengthen or increase the spontaneous exchange of information, as well as share information that can strengthen investigations linked to these crimes, linked to wildlife trafficking carried out among member countries. This is why these cooperation mechanisms within the AIAMP led to a meeting that was held in Mexico, where we developed a protocol project for investigation to strengthen investigations linked to capturing resources due to wildlife traffic, as well as everything linked to fauna, whether they be CITES or not. So along these lines, a protocol project was adopted to practice the environmental test. The member countries adopted and are working on this at the public ministries and prosecutor's office, including the prosecutor's office in Colombia. And we've already signed or approved it, each of the environmental authorities that were present in Mexico, which are basically the same 15 member countries. We now have a cooperation protocol project that allows us to share the technical experience and the information that has been compiled as a guideline to fill in the gaps with regard to technical means as well as human resources at each of the prosecutor's offices that signed this document. So finding evidence and having the necessary experience to do so is a need that we have identified in order to be able to identify whether we are dealing with protected species, to be clear on their taxonomic classification and whether or not they are a vulnerable or endangered species, and understand if they are facing irreparable damage or not, and therefore these ecosystems being affected and leading to a need to have technical experts and scientists to help us to identify this within the legal proceedings. And we have received support from the WCS. But this protocol allows us to have an exchange of experts among countries based on the internal regulation of each country. And it also allows us to facilitate not only the exchange of experts, but also the exchange of spontaneous information via the various contact points that have been agreed upon in the previous meeting in Mexico in 2021. This progress has been significant because it makes it much more easier and there's much more direct communication among member countries when there are investigations that have to do with organized crime and wildlife trafficking. This has been important in Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Spain, Mexico. All the countries present have been energized, and we have prioritized these topics. For example, in the case of Panama, they prioritized with the prosecutor's office of that country. There is a turtle that is being trafficked between Colombia and Panama. They also prioritize certain topics to exchange information spontaneously with Spain and the Guardia Civil of Spain, linked to a case that is being investigated due to trafficking species such as the angula, which is in CITES. And thanks to the contact that we now have, we can exchange information spontaneously through the judicial police of Spain and Colombia, such as what Dr. Marena indicated. The National Police of Colombia is compiling valuable information linked to how the anguilla traffic in Spain. We can see that the leaders of the organization are rescuing or having financial resources that are then invested in companies in Colombia, fishing company, and other sectors, trade sectors. So it looks like there is a money laundering operation that is being reviewed in Colombia, the Department of Financial Crimes. And this has to do with criminal finances and environmental crime.
Having said this, there are several different information that can be considered as the main objective today to be able to really take advantage of this cooperation tool. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you, Angela, for sharing this.
Lo sabía.
Update on the Environmental Network, Protection Network, and we will continue with you in a few minutes. Now, I have the pleasure of giving the floor to Betania Gonzalez. She is joining us from Argentina. Oops. She's a new panelist. I don't have further information on her profile. However, Betania, thank you very much for joining us. And I'd like now to give you the floor for 7 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes, please. All right, I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much. I will try to be very, very brief in very little time. I would like to firstly thank the Colombian government for this invitation, as well as our ministries and also the Secretariat of Environment. In the framework of this panel, which is about cooperation exchange, this is a project that we're implementing since December up to now, and also the implementation of this project so that we can protect biodiversity in different intersectorial and sectorial public policies in Argentina. Regarding this, I will specifically talk about wildlife trafficking. This is a project that has a federal nature. Argentina is a federal state, and as you know, the participation of provincial, state, and provincial jurisdictions are key to really drive public policies in our country, and it has a quite a intersectorial characteristic due to the different portfolios that or agencies that are working, for example, in mining, livestock, forests, and also environmental security matters. Within this framework, the project has several components. I will just mention two. In the first component, this is about strengthening of the governance frameworks to a national level and a provincial level for an effective incorporation of the conservation of databases in public policies. And component number two has the objective of applying these tools and procedures within environmental protection. Now, within component number two, we chose a key species, endangered or critical species, depending on the degree of their different degree of vulnerability. So this project has a specific location from the northern area of the country to the southern area. For example, we have certain locations from the Paraná forest up to the Patagonia southern area, and we're working in flora and fauna. We've chosen the yellow cardinal. This is a species of a bird that is under a near threatened species. And as we have a great challenge to work in terms of regional cooperation for information exchange, specifically in Argentina, we also face an internal challenge, as I previously mentioned, because we are a federal state. And within the framework of this project, we are first working on the development of platforms and information systems to be able to have an adequate and precise traceability about legal trade of wildlife. We have quite broad information about this, and we have other pending information that we will start to implement now. Also, as you've already mentioned, Alejandro Macchiello, who presented yesterday, he's a colleague from the Ministry of Environment of Argentina. We have another great challenge, which is working together with security agencies, with the justice agencies, and how to implement resources to work in trainings in relation to this framework. So, at least we have an objective of a 1-year timeline to be able to progress on these topics and to be able to exchange also lessons learned. We also submit a presentation within Mercosur specifically for illegal wildlife trafficking as well as poaching. And we want to in the implementation of this project, we want to have an open door for us as Argentina to work together with other countries so that we can develop protocols or any needs that arise so that we can adequately exchange information and be able to really strengthen regional policies regarding this topic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Betania. So I understand that we are extended. We're over time, actually. Sadly, we do not have enough time for questions, which we would have enjoyed. But I think we all agree that this panel has provided a very clear perspective on the challenges we have in relation to information, the collection of information, analysis, and the use of information, and information that is extracted in a proactive or reactive way. Now, it's our job in the following months to change this, and that at national levels we can really exchange information through national platforms and also regional platforms, and that SUDWEN can really achieve the mission that they've set for themselves. And I really want to thank the panelists and once again the government of Colombia, as well as the UK government and the British Embassy for providing us this space and really giving us the opportunity to talk about such an important topic. And I would like to ask you all for us to really exchange information amongst us all. Once again, thank you to our panel guest speakers and to all participants. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jorge, and thank you, of course, to all the different guest speakers that have joined us either here on site or virtually for carrying out this panel. And now we will continue with all the different activities that we've scheduled for today. So this afternoon, I will just inform you while the Deputy Minister Francisco Cruz and Diana Lucia Caicedo, the Deputy Minister of Environment of Panama, and while we also go online with the Deputy Minister of Environment of Argentina, I just want to tell you that today we will have several events this afternoon, both in the Hall Capilla and Hall Republicano. Both sessions, or both, all the sessions held at both halls will be broadcasted both in English and Spanish. So we will have some parallel events that are quite interesting. We will talk about fashion and the commitment of the fashion industry with illegal wildlife trade, or rather with the protection of flora and fauna. We will also talk about the funding of these activities. We will also talk about endangered species from the Colombian Amazon. This session will be at 4 p.m. and we will also hold a panel on organized crime on illegal wildlife trade. Specifically, we will be talking about cases in Peru. We will also talk about the different initiatives that the international cooperation is implementing, as well as some NGOs. With the UNDCP, I'm specifically talking about the UNDCP, of course, USAID, and other organizations such as WCS. So we will now proceed with the official closure of this event. As I just mentioned, this is not yet over. So we expect you all to continue with the agenda of parallel events. So to officially close this event, we will first give the floor to Diana Laguna Caicedo. She is the Deputy Minister of Environment of Panama, and she will also invite us especially to an event held in November of this year. Okay, we'd like to invite the Deputy Minister, Francisco Jose Cruz Prada. He is the Deputy Minister of Policies, Environmental and Normalization or Standardization Environmental Policies from the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development of Colombia. I just want to confirm the participation of the Deputy Minister from Argentina. And we want to also welcome the Ministry of Transportation of Colombia, Camilo Pavón, who's joining us today. So we would like to start this round of participations from the Deputy Minister of Panama, and to all those attendees joining us here at the hall and also virtually, please forward your questions through the chat and also use the hashtag Por la Vida Silvestre, Unidos por la Vida Silvestre. Thank you. I'd like to first thank once again the government of Colombia, mainly the Ministry of Environment and its excellent team. Hospitality has been amazing, and I think we will leave with more knowledge, more information, and mainly with many challenges. I had just to talk that it's very important for countries to be able to develop strategies for wildlife-related crimes reduction, as well as we've created these different strategies in Peru, in Ecuador. I feel that that is certainly part of our responsibility, to be able to have, as a country, a national strategy for the reduction of these crimes. I think we've now had a day and a half of the event, but I know that by the end of today's session we will have more data and more information, very valuable information. So thank you all, and this is an extraordinary event that you've organized, so congratulations. Now, on behalf of the Ministry of Environment, Mr. Concepcion, he also sends his kind regards and a very special invitation. Let me just read that for a second. It states, "We are facing a challenge and a mission, which is the development of the 19th CITES Summit. And this is a commitment that not only Panama has adopted, but our continent. It's a challenge that we must face, that we can really transform this into the Cup of the Americas, as we mentioned it last night with some colleagues, highlighting our flagship species." Thank you. In this COP meeting, we will highlight our flagship species such as the jaguar, and by preserving and conservating it, we also preserve its natural habitats in our territory, and in this way, we also reveal as a final result what distinguishes us: the unification of this great American territory. In this sense, and following the efforts of Panama towards marine protection, as previously mentioned in each of the opportunities that I've had to intervene, we want to invite all the different stakeholders to be co-proposers in our flagship species topic for the 19th COP of CITES, and the inclusion of, for example, the shark type of coral reefs, the shark of the Ganges River, and other species of shark, as well as dusky shark, as part of the flagship species, so that we can ensure a legal and sustainable market of sharks and these specific species of shark for the maintenance and preservation of ecosystems. For this objective, we are working hardly for the organization and also ensuring the safety, so that your stay at Panama is not only comfortable but unforgettable as well. Likewise, you can count on the necessary requirements for good development of the COP meeting or summit, and therefore achieve positive results and decisions, such as the closing session of the latter. So I'd like to just thank everyone for your trust, and we are expectant to see you at the center of the world, our beautiful country, Panama. Okay, we will definitely go there. I'm including myself to attend the COP at Panama. Now, we have other good news and other invitations to extraordinary events, and that is exactly why I will not announce this. We will give the floor to Beatriz Domin Morena. She is the Deputy Minister of Environment of Argentina, and she also has great news for us. All right, Deputy Minister. Good afternoon. I want to thank you for this invitation to participate in this very important meeting. I want to thank the government of Colombia, but also all participant state members of this great celebration, I must say, where we've had different interventions from all of those who are really advocating for the protection of our biodiversity. As recently spoken by my colleague Betania Gonzalez, I want to reiterate her message, and I want to support all the team and also the team from the Ministry of Environment of Argentina. This is a great team. They have invested great efforts for these activities to be carried out in my country and for them to participate in this great event. I also want to highlight the hard work of these 2 days from all the different technical officials that have contributed from regional standpoints. And for us, this high level conference on illegal wildlife trade in the Americas. This has been a fundamental participation. Just not so long ago, we were closing in Argentina another intersectorial event on the framework of actions and different efforts from the UNDP, who have been helping us in specifically creating tools and instruments that are certainly valuable in terms of conservation of our biodiversity. So within the framework of the 2019 document that we have signed, and also that we can participate in these events, such as with the participation of our technical officials, well, we believe that these participations are fundamental not only for the terms of biodiversity. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, for this great announcement and also for this invitation to all America's countries to the third high-level conference on illegal wildlife trade in the Americas that will be held in Argentina. So this morning we were just talking and we had the signatory act of different signing countries in terms of cooperation in the fight against illegal wildlife trade, and we were accompanied by by companies from the transportation sector, the financial sector, as well as airborne transportation sector. We will now give the floor to our Deputy Minister of Transportation, Camilo Pavón.
Hello. I'd like to congratulate the Ministry of the Environment, the Vice Minister Cruz, the British authorities for this fabulous event, for involving authorities as well as the private sector, the transportation sector. There is no doubt that in so much as the resources that we've had from the transportation sector, that as these are involved to achieve the objectives that have been discussed here today, I am certain we will have fabulous results. We'll have better control, including riverine control, everyone that comes from the Amazon and Orinoquia, and especially with everything pertaining to air transportation. I know it's a great effort made by the Ministry of the Environment. And it's not the only place where I've seen that he has called on the private sector and authorities and other ministries to achieve these synergies. So I'd like to seriously congratulate you, Vice Minister. I heard from the various companies that they are very pleased to be signing on to these commitments and objectives. The efforts made by the government of Colombia will continue, and these become state policies. The government has clearly stated how it plans to protect its flora and fauna, and it has the support and resources from the transportation sector to make this a reality. So congratulations once again. Thank you very much, Vice Minister, for your words and for your commitment to counter wildlife trafficking. We're going to wrap this segment up with an address from the Vice Minister Cruz, Vice Minister of Policies from the Ministry of the Environment and Sustainable Development of Colombia. Thank you very much. And greetings to the Vice Minister of Argentina. Fabulous news. I hope that we'll have a great experience in Argentina in 1 year. Vice Minister of Panama, thank you very much, Vice Minister of Transportation. It's important for your participation and that of the sector you represent here today in order to combat wildlife trafficking. There is no greater joy than releasing animals that have been trafficked after the adaptation process has been concluded. I'd like to encourage those who are visiting from other countries to enjoy Cartagena, that you enjoy the mainland segment and also the marine part of Colombia. The Rosario Islands are close from here. There are beautiful corals in the Rosario Islands. We're working on restoring more than 1 million fragments of coral in order to rescue these marvelous ecosystems. And Vice Minister, and in accordance with the proposal you made, we have completely forbid shark fishing. Sharks have gone from being a fishing resource to being a bio and hydro resource. So shark fishing is completely forbidden in Colombia. And this is part of our president's plan to protect our oceans and marine life. And that this administration, which ends on August 7th, for 30% of marine areas to be protected and 30% of continental areas to be protected. And this topic, which is so important that we are addressing today via multiple conferences with experts and developing very complex topics, such as that which we discussed today, the relationship of illegal trade with healthcare and pandemics and COVID, and all of the coordinated work conducted on a global level. Many thanks to the United Kingdom for their tremendous support to the WCS and WWF and all of the international NGOs involved and the countries present, and to the incredible communications team that have made this possible. Not only the live streaming of the event, but also to ensure that many of our special guests currently in their countries be able to be permanently present, representing their organizations and institutions virtually. To the Master of Ceremonies, Maria Andrea, thank you very much. To the team supporting us, to those from this hotel, and everyone that made it possible for us to be here today. Thank you to the security forces, the public forces of Colombia that provide the national security required not only for us in our territory, but also for our special guests. Please come back to Colombia, this paradise that's also part of the beautiful Latin America. So thank you very much, and with this, we close this marvelous event.
Well, thank you very much for these closing words, and also for the closing of this event. However, this event is not yet over. We will continue at 2 p.m. with the very interesting side events on the fashion industry of America. At 2 p.m. we will have very important representatives and British brands and Colombian brands and Latin American brands as well. And we will talk about the commitments from the fashion industry in Latin America and the responsible use of biodiversity. We will also hold an event about the heart of the Amazon with representatives from communities of the Guainía department. We will also talk about different funding mechanisms, as well as the promotion of wildlife trafficking as an organized crime in Peru specifically. So please, let's give a round of applause. And as the Deputy Minister of Panama, I want to highlight the great unification of this Latin American region for wildlife, which unites us all because nature knows no borders. So we will now have an official photograph taken. And for those of you who are joining us right here at the hall of the Santa Teresa Hotel, we will gladly enjoy a delicious lunch from 1 to 2, and from 12 participants joining us from social media and Zoom and YouTube we will join. want to welcome you all on this side event about the commitments from the fashion industry in Latin America on the responsible use of biodiversity. As we had commented before, now we will have a side event with a very interesting panel with spokespeople of the fashion industry. We will talk about commitments of the fashion industry in Latin America and the responsible use of biodiversity. In this roundtable or panel, we will have Valentina Suarez from Mola as a moderator, and we are also joined by 4 guest speakers in virtual manner. Grace Reyes Ortega, she is a scientist, adventurer, and an activist from Ecuador. We also have the participation of Eleonora Morales from Garage Sale, Colombia. And I would like to say that Eleonora Morales, my aunt, is a fan of yours and she follows all of your publications. And we also have Oscar Hernandez from Toribio and Donato and Lina Bermeo from Tarpuy. They will all share their experiences on sustainable fashion. So I'd like to give the floor to Valentina. Thank you very much for being with us. All right, thank you for joining us after this delicious lunch we've just had, and it's such an important fact that we have as the fashion industry a space in this side event, and for us to really see the impact that fashion has in fauna and wildlife of our planet. I will change a bit the format, and I would like to give the floor first to Eleonora Morales because she needs to leave soon, and later we will continue with a presentation about this impact that the fashion industry has, so that we can continue with a very interesting conversation. Each of our guest speakers are people who work with the fashion or in the fashion industry, but from different fronts, and this will surely be enriching for our dialogue. So I will give the floor first to Eleonora. I would like you to please respond to the following specific question, which I think is interesting. Eleonora works with secondhand fashion business, and I'd like to know how you, Eleonora, from your business, well, what do you think is the contribution for the material demand reduced, so specifically materials that are derived from illegal wildlife trade? Eleonora, please go ahead. Eleonora, can you hear us? Hello? Eleonora, can you hear us? I think Eleonora is not able to hear the broadcast. Once again, we apologize. We're facing some technical difficulties. Eleonora? So, Valentina, perhaps we could continue with another of our guest speakers, all right? So I would like to welcome Oscar Hernandez from Toribio and Donato. He's based in Costa Rica, and I'd like him to briefly introduce himself, please. Oscar? So in the meantime, we will solve some technical issues. We want to remind you that this is a side event on the commitments from the fashion sector in Latin America and responsible use of biodiversity. This is a side event, part of the second high-level conference on illegal wildlife trade in the Americas held in Cartagena, Colombia. People who are following the broadcast through our social media can use hashtag por la vida silvestre. I think that now we have enable communication with our guest speakers. Oscar, can you hear us? Are you there? I apologize. I think we have some technical difficulties to link participants. Perhaps Valentina, could you share your experience from Mola and how we can read about your experience in social media? Good afternoon, Eleonora. So I'd like to invite all guest speakers who are connected, please click on the Spanish interpreting channel so that you can interact with the main session. This event is being broadcasted through the YouTube channel of the Ministry of Environment and also of UNODC. Oh my god. I apologize. I cannot interpret because there are people speaking in simultaneous manner. So we will focus our talk on how we can fight illegal trade of wildlife, and we will continue with other events here in the Santa Teresa Hotel and at the Republican Hall. These events held in a simultaneous way in both halls will be broadcasted through the YouTube channel of the Ministry of Environment as well as the YouTube channel of the UNDCP. Okay, we are able to hear you. We are able to hear you. Oscar and I are able to hear you, and now I hope you can hear us. Yes, we are now hearing you. Oscar, Grace? I think Valentina had asked a question just a few minutes ago. Yes. Eleonora, if you are able to hear us, I would like for you to please start answering the first question, which is, what is the contribution from your business dynamic to the reduction of material demand? This is specifically regarding to material derived from wildlife illegal trade. Good afternoon. Eleonora, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you. So I will now ask you to please choose the Spanish interpreting module so that you can interact with the room. How do I do this? You need to choose in the lower toolbar of Zoom the interpreting module. Please click on this channel or on this feature. Eleonora, can you hear us? And I want to ask, would you prefer us speaking in English or Spanish? In Spanish, please. Yes, this will be in Spanish as far as I understand. Are you able to hear us? Yes, I can hear you. All right. So can we please give the floor to Eleonora first? Eleonora, have you now enabled the interpreting module? Are you asking me this or confirming? I am asking you if you are able to see it in your Zoom screen. Yes, I can see it as interpreting. this is an art or a way of expressing ourselves. Specifically in Latin America, it has to do with the impact this creates in many lives. So it's very important for us to be able to talk about how we who participate in an industry that generates such an impact can create new business models or even communication dynamics that can really contribute to reducing the demand of illegal wildlife trade. We are an industry that sadly has a lot to do with this, and an industry that has had a history, a quite shameful history of material and raw materials that come from wildlife. So these different topics make it so that we can really understand the responsibility that we have as consumers, as people who dress themselves, and as an industry in relation to this impact. At Universo Mola, we're an NGO that is called Entre Soles y Luna. And this is an entity with headquarters in Uruguay, and what we do is try to work from the heritage, migration, and fashion to create sustainable development in origin and destination points. Within Universo Mola, we make the industry more sustainable every time and more ethical and fairer. So as far as our responsibility has to do with illegal trafficking, I would say that one of the most important reasons is the use of these materials in fashion, specifically the use of skins, feathers, fangs, scales, and hair as main material in the production of fashion items. Over 60 million of animals die in a year on a yearly basis due to skinned animals, meaning these are animals that are basically grown in farms, and it's absolutely awful and shameful that we're impacting through our dressing preferences in terms of how many animals die per year. Just in the year 2013, it seems like a long time ago, but it wasn't such a long time ago. In international markets, 3,500 tons of reptile scale or skins were sold. This large amount of tons is equivalent to over 650 million US dollars in revenue and is equivalent to 50 million animals. These are quite impactful and terrific numbers or figures. Therefore, we as an industry need to start adopting certain measures, and we also need to assume accountability. I now want to start talking about something very important, which is exactly how using different skins and different inputs that come, or raw materials that come from these animals, even has to do with the meaning of luxury. And I will expand on this topic a bit later because this is a cultural problem, in my opinion. So as we already know and see through this slide, illegal trafficking has an economic backing, of course, but in the fashion industry there's also a cultural behavior tied to it. On one side, we have beliefs of different communities. We had mentioned this several times in this day and a half of this high-level conference, and it's basically these different lucky tokens or these cultural traditions that accompany us in life that makes it so that we consume larger amounts of products that come from wildlife. And on the other hand, we have this thinking or mindset that owning and using wildlife products is something exotic, it's something luxurious, it's something that makes us feel in a way superior, and therefore these are positioned as a key mindset, specifically in the 20th century and before. This was very much rooted in our culture. solutions from Universo Mola, we propose the following. Firstly, a change in the business models, meaning how we can produce from other dynamics. Secondly, how to identify new materials that can replace or substitute these wildlife materials. And thirdly, a much more responsible communication and an aspiration to a new luxury. Fashion is certainly aspirational. It makes us think that we can be whomever we want to be. Within the business model solutions, and I just want to see if we can really have a dialogue now with Eleonora. We have several business models that support these type of new dynamics. Firstly, we have second-hand fashion business, resale or vintage products, and design from upcycling, as well as business models that are on demand or through or based on pre-ordering. Eleonora, are you online now? Yes, yes, I can hear you perfectly now. Great. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. So, Eleonora, I know that you have very little time now to join us. I would like you to please share what is the contribution from your business model to the reduction of material demand, specifically materials that come from illegal wildlife trade. Thank you. Well, my name is Eleonora Morales, and I have a business in the fashion industry, and this is a second-hand business in Colombia, and we also sell internationally. And it's been quite pleasant to see how, for example, everything related to animal skin works, because when we receive, for example, cloths as a people, we realize that there's a fashion market or fashion clothes that are made from animal skin, and this has been quite an interesting topic, and we have analyzed a lot because we were fearful of receiving these clothes, also of reselling them. However, we've carried out analyses within our company, because although we don't really sell clothes that are made in animals' skin, specifically endangered animal skin, we understand that these pieces are already made, and we must reuse them. And I think the main argument is that we need to find somehow avoid promoting this to continue happening. But since these are pieces and clothes that are already made, well, we really tried to reuse them in some sort of way. I think another topic that we've tried to talk about and raise awareness on is that there are certain places that do make these, for example, animal skin clothes through, for example, animal farming, just to skin them, and in a way they work so in such a way that the clothes can actually be made from animal skin in a legal way and in a healthy way. And this is something that we really do try to convey in our messages, because not necessarily synthetical skins are environmentally sustainable either. So the fake leather, for example, it tends to be a type of very low quality plastic, very, very poor quality plastic. This plastic leather is basically can decompose in very little time, and it requires many processes and chemical liquids and certain substances that are absolutely polluting. So instead of immediately judging these topics, I think it's most important to start identifying how can we manage the situation, how can we really start to put the situation to a halt, understanding as well how the market works, what is existing now in the market, and how can we reuse those clothes that are already made. And I just want to provide an example. This is an example that Valentina sent me, or sorry, Valentina requested of me to give example. Right now, I'm at Harry Sazon carrying out an event of mine with a clothes restorer, and I apologize, perhaps there's a background noise because of this, but what we worked on with him, and I think this is a very cool example, is that we took all these different clothes pieces, and sometimes within this collection there are pieces that have animal skin. And what we did was reuse these to create other clothes items, perhaps not to promote the making of clothes with animal skin. However, we do want to promote items of clothing that are made from pieces or items of clothing that already have animal skin. And in some way, for example, animal skin items of clothing have opened second-hand fashion industry. For example, when Jewish women at their given moment wanted and needed to survive, needed money, needed certain income for their families and for their livelihoods, for everything they're living in, and basically they sold their jewelry and items of clothing that had animal skin, and therefore this is a segment of the market that was open through animal skin. And I know this is very, very complex. However, let's think of it with a historic scope, right? So what we want to convey in our message is to invite people to stop buying animal skin or clothing items made of animal skin, but also avoid judging by just a reaction, and instead really choosing with awareness, understanding the dynamics of the market, and also seeking more environmentally sustainable solutions, but also not assuming that, for example, fake leather or plastic leather is sustainable, because sometimes we see that there are many products that are polluting in all kinds of way the environment. And we, as we've heard, for example, narratives and different rhetorics from social media, I would say, gullibly believe this instead of questioning and actually taking into account all the different biases in this topic. Thank you very much, Eleonora, and I will ask the following question and perhaps also invite Oscar. And we understand if you have to leave now, but I want to highlight exactly this point about luxury. You have a business model that is based also on second-hand fashion items. How do you include this cultural component within your entrepreneurship projects, and how can we perhaps start dismantling this belief that luxury is closely tied to, for example, animal skin clothing items or to derived materials from animal skin? Well, I think luxury is quite complex. I have a master's degree in luxury brand management, and it's quite hard for me to describe luxury in just one word or phrase. However, the message that I really try to convey is that luxury is not necessarily associated to the materials and not necessarily to value. We tend to believe that if something is costly, it is therefore luxurious, and I think this association is not so necessarily obvious. Luxury is quite subjective, and when we think about, for example, the traditional European luxury in brands such as Prada, Dior, all these different brands, that's the traditional European luxury. However, luxury can be many other things. And within my company, for example, we talk about a more aware luxury, to be able to have access to sustainable clothing items, even to reuse these clothing items. And perhaps this is not necessarily the specific definition, but rather we want to invite people to let's change this mindset. And whenever we are asked, for example, where did you get that dress at, you can actually proudly and very transparently say, this is actually a second-hand item of clothing. I bought it at a second-hand shop. So despite the fact of, for example, this being a handbag of Gucci brand, but a second-hand, or for example, just a clothing item without a specific brand, I think it's important for us to disassociate luxury from brands, renowned brands, from value, and from money, and from materials, which is, for example, the question that is most associated to the use of animal skin. For example, our grandmothers, the higher the social ranking they had and the higher their economic capabilities, owned a lot of animal skin clothing items. We have also, amongst women, inherited clothing items with animal skin. This has obviously changed, and I think now this is quite a shameful behavior, and I think this is actually positive, because we really need to eliminate these kind of practices. These are quite illegal practices, but as I mentioned before, we really need to understand how do these dynamics work and how our sustainable processes really work, and not just punishing someone that is wearing, for example, mink, but really knowing, okay, if this mink clothing item already exists, what can we do with this item of clothing? Because at the end of the day, it already exists. And what can we do so that this actually ceases to exist, and for people to actually feel glad to wear more sustainable products. And I think the most sustainable way of relating to the environment is by using or reusing rather. And I think that not all processes are sustainable. I think being 100% sustainable is also not feasible, but I think that reusing, just the act of reusing, is a magic way of really being sustainable with the environment. Thank you very much, Eleonora. Thank you for inviting me. I really do apologize. I need to leave. Thank you for your invitation.
Thank you. And to continue with that question, let's move on to Costa Rica now. Oscar, if you can hear us, tell us about your business model, which I know is very different to that of Eleonora. When the demand begins to come down, we begin to work on communication to create greater awareness. Hello, how are you? And good afternoon. Thank you for these spaces to share the various mindsets and the various ways in which we can act with and interact with the ecosystem. Sustainable, redefining luxury, minimizing the carbon footprint, eventually reducing our impact on the environment and the ecosystem or our surroundings. This is an invitation to greater research. This is an invitation to greater awareness. This is an invitation to even educate ourselves on the topic. Fashion as an industry has a great advantage and disadvantage. The advantage is that we have the potential to influence and to create trends, but we also have the downside that we oftentimes validate information based on misinformation. And this is something that's often occurs in the fashion industry. It's interesting to look into the vintage markets or secondhand options, the reuse of fur or mink, so secondhand again, vegan options, and not using mink fur. But we need to understand that within the global industry, we cannot disassociate fashion for what is occurring, more generally speaking, in the industry. And I'll explain it in this way. The big question that we are asking ourselves as designers, or that we need to ask ourselves when designing, producing, and working, and consumers need to also consider these factors when purchasing and understand that new luxury are not the aforementioned brands, which the way I see it, are no longer luxury, but rather new luxury is awareness of reducing our impact and knowledge. And for example, let's speak of secondhand clothing. What is the secondhand industry? Many years ago, in the large fashion spaces such as the United States, they began to use secondhand clothing. And in South America, we begin to see that this is a large industry. So we begin to import and purchase these secondhand items of clothing that otherwise would have been managed as garbage. So we are now consumers of these secondhand items of clothing. These items have a second life. They don't go to the garbage, but instead they enter our value chain in our countries. And what happens? Let me give you the example of Costa Rica. Out of 100% of secondhand clothing from the United States, 70% goes straight to the garbage. In the case of Costa Rica, that manages this correctly, it's pretty expensive for the country, and it's also environmentally expensive. Number two, 30% of the clothing that reaches the retail stores, out of these, 20% is discarded. from the store, and 15% enters retail for purchase by consumers. And many of these items become part of a very short value chain and become secondhand fast fashion. Vegan leather. We can analyze the industry, for example, like vinyl comes from the use of gases, hydrocarbons, in other words, oil, and this is a warning sign, right? We are validating vegan leather, but we're using an energy source that's quite the opposite. Another example is that of a monoculture, that in the case of Costa Rica, it destroyed old growth forests with zero diversity because of monoculture. And this harms our ecosystem. So it's a different way to have a negative impact on endangered species. Why? Because we are putting an end to an old growth forest with a great deal of biodiversity to replace it by a monoculture. And they are applying fertilizers. It has an incredible demand for water, etc. In the case of Costa Rica, the Human Rights Commission has also filed a claim due to underwater water sources pollution. So we are validating through these processes a product as a vegan product, but it represents the opposite. Nopal is also on the brink of extinction. So if it doesn't come from a treated crop, then we're having a negative impact and impacting these species that are on the brink of extinction. Now, Nopal has some advantages. It's an endemic plant, etc. But what I want to make clear with all of this is that each action that a human carries out in the environment has a reaction. Now, what is sustainability and what is sustainable fashion? Well, it's a set of best practices, and these practices are carried out via the exercise of knowledge and by the ability to choose, and to choose by knowing and understanding the why. In the case of our brand, and by using communications means, we try to create awareness, educating our entire value chain so that they can have a better basis for making decisions, so they can make better decisions. So through positive communication, they can then better understand these productive processes and have a closet with a lesser impact on the environment and one that is more friendly on the environment. Thank you very much, Oscar. It's a very complete answer because we understand it from point one, which is agriculture. And we also understand the impact we have when we choose certain materials. And this topic of monocultures is also very important. Can we please share the presentation? Sorry if I take up more time. The sustainability is something big that we're beginning to use. But at a cultural and economic level, when it comes to education, it's not simple at all. And what we have done, in a way, is validate through this effort to minimize our footprint and impact on the environment through innovation. Lots of times what we're doing is pretending to have sustainable fashion when it actually isn't. So we're calling it sustainable fashion or slow fashion, but it's important to truly understand what it is we're referring to. Oscar, you're right. It's very interesting to be able to hear about this. Oscar was mentioning these new materials and how we can begin to replace these materials that have been frequently used in the past from exotic fauna, and beginning to use biomaterials such as pine or nopal, which is the prickly pear cactus, and recycling existing fibers. And for example, for us citizens that wear clothing every day, it's important to know that we have other options, and that these options can also be used. We also have these campaigns and events such as these that can begin to support a change in awareness, above all, in order to make strides in protecting wildlife. Yesterday, I mentioned that the London Fashion Week was the first in being fur-free in September 2018, and this begins to indicate the importance, because it's an industry that manages millions of pounds, but also many designers and lives. So being able to address this on a global scale is very important in order to reduce demand. I want to focus on this part here that discusses heritage, so I want to hand the floor over to Lina. An important aspect of illegal trade is the work we do with communities, not only their beliefs, but also the economic perspective, the fact that there are some communities that need to or see the profit potential behind these crimes, and that perhaps we can begin to show them what other alternatives might exist. So I want to hand the floor over to Lina, that has been working with these communities. I'd like to hear from your experience to begin to address these experiences and local beliefs. Welcome, Lina. Thank you and good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today. So I'd like to cut to the chase, and it was interesting to hear from my co-panelists. There is one shared topic, and it's the constant quest for balance. That's what sustainability is about. So when we write down a principle or a manifesto, we all are in agreement with that. And returning to the point of the communities, a key value that has led the work we do is working with fabrics and textiles from the communities. So we have friends and partners that are craftswomen in various parts of the country. And together we create and learn and unlearn techniques and practices. We are learning a lot from their work. And also, we learn from design, and we co-create together. We co-create experiences and items of clothing for our brand. That's marvelous. I'd like to hand the floor over to Grace. She's in Ecuador, and she's an environmental activist. Grace, tell us about how, through your work, we can begin to create awareness and better communicate how we as consumers can begin to choose different kinds of materials in fashion. Welcome. Hi, Vale, how are you? Thank you very much for the invitation. Well, yes, I work as an activist and as an eco-influencer. I am a researcher here in Ecuador's Amazon, and I work on promoting environmental awareness as well as working to bring the environment closer to our lives by encouraging people to question the way they consume and their purchasing habits, asking ourselves about where each and every one of these materials are sourced from, what our clothing is made from, what our accessories are made from, and above all, concerning ourselves in investigating what the things we use and wear are made of. So, moving on to the community side of things, here in the Amazon, there are several examples where, say, here, the use of natural materials is promoted. So using things from the forest and having your articles being made from non-plastic materials and avoiding the contaminating process. But there's another problem, and it's that here in the Amazon, it's often to see typical items of clothing, say earrings and crafts that the community uses. And usually they have pieces or accessories that are sourced from animals. For example, a very well-known case here was for a while, it was very fashionable to have in the crafts and in the clothing and accessories to have natural bird feathers, feathers belonging to birds that are on the brink of extinction. So this began to have an impact because many people began to use this frequently. And when seeing this, the communities began to not collect the feathers that they would find on their path in the forest in a non-invasive way for their crafts, but instead to begin to capture these birds, to then sacrifice them and take their feathers in order to prepare these items and accessories. So this is a problem that is sourced, that begins in consumption habits. So there is pressure on production. So I also think that the work done in communities, it can also be done based on training. I work on science and research from a university here in the Amazon. And something that we do with the communities is training. So training the communities so that they can have alternatives, other practices that are less invasive, more respectful of nature, for them to also have a strategy on how to produce and sell more and better with a sustainable vision. This is very important because we've seen here in communities where we work and we provide training and follow-up on them, and they have transitioned to better, more environmentally friendly practices.
I also consider that in relation to communities and those dependent parties of this business, meaning consumers as well, we cannot just go to a community and say it's forbidden to do this, this is illegal, because, well, the communities will certainly respond and say, well, this is what my livelihood depends on. This is how I feed my children. What other options do I have? So what's key here, I think, is to have this transition strategy instead of having a prohibition measure, so that the communities can choose more environmentally friendly options in a transition phase, because you can't really just forbid this to communities. So this is also a challenge within this region and within local communities. And another key aspect is how to empower them in terms of how they can also consider why conservation is important, because we are part of the environment, and the environment and the planet really involves us all as a species. And if we can't reach a point of balance, well, we would be attacking ourselves. So thank you for inviting me to share all this I'm working on from the Amazon region. I think it's also very interesting to hear you on this side, and I think this last question I want to ask, from what Grace mentioned, I want to ask Lina and Oscar, from your brands, how are you educating consumers, and how are you educating your teams as well in these biodiversity topics specifically? Yes, can you hear me, Valeria? Yes. All right, so I want to take off my jacket to reply to this. I think this is a very interesting topic, and what just happened. How is it that in the Amazon, a group of, or several indigenous communities compromise their food security, food safety, and their ancestral traditions, and how we, as Western people of the world, how we see that they're using, for example, feathers of, for example, birds on the brink of extinction, but how we perceive ourselves, for example, logging the whole Amazon to have livestock, to have territory for livestock, for pineapple crops, or for other type of crops, when these communities have lived harmonized in a harmonized manner with the ecosystem and with the Amazon for thousands of years. So how is it that we just feel so entitled to say, well, you cannot do that, this is forbidden? And I think it's a shame that perhaps this question isn't so expanded on it. I'm remembering she's a colleague, if I'm not, I actually follow her in social media. She's an influencer. She's from the Inuit culture, and she's worked with huge brands, makeup brands as well. And she talks in her stories, about her traditional clothing. She actually cooks beluga. She talks in her activism. She talks about that Inuit food in that region has actually is the most costly food in high cuisine restaurants, and they cannot buy, for example, products from their ancestral food or cuisine, because the products that reach their communities, when they reach their communities, are so costly that are actually one of the most expensive food in all of Canada. So how can we tell an indigenous community that has done this from ancestral times and that has lived in harmony with their environment, and how can we perhaps make them feel shameful and even guilty about what they're doing, which is basically surviving, when we Westerns are the ones who are, fishing, doing or carrying out, for example, different practices for a massive consumption, be it in America, in Asia. It's absolutely, I think, opposing to the sustainability world. But when we talk about sustainability, we really need to take into account the cultural component, the economic component, as well as the social component, the environmental component. It's not only about the materials with which we work or just stop using, right, certain materials. So what are we doing from our own brands? We are providing this information that I'm just giving, right? And I'm providing this information to our consumers, to our buyers, and we basically make them starve more for knowledge, for awareness, for wanting to understand. And many times the information that we use right now to conceptualize and develop, for example, our clothing collections, are actually brought in by the clients, because it's not just our work. We are a group of people, and I think day by day we want and are more interested to learn more, to learn about more environmentally friendly practices, and to minimize or reduce our carbon footprint, as well as I think we are quite often more people that are pretty much concerned about the environment. Thank you very much, Oscar, for your intervention. And Lina, can you please share how you're working on this topic in your company, Tarpoy? Well, this was a very personal quest at the beginning about how to find this balance that we're talking about, together with what surrounds us. And once we found this purpose, I had already studied fashion design, and it was until the end of my career that I learned these very alarming figures that happen in the fashion industry and in relation to wildlife trafficking, and especially also water pollution. And that is how I found from my profession how to support others in this transition phase. And I think it's very important to be able to rethink ourselves and go from what is the fashion industry to a much more perhaps ecosystem standpoint, and not only in the fashion industry but in ecosystem, a more comprehensive one in which we can all live and come back and really adopt more harmonized practices. And I'm talking about a set of practices, of manifestations and interactions in relation to food, to crafts, to coexisting with others. This is not about originary peoples and peasants and people who dedicate their lives to more traditional crafts and arts, but rather more modern ones, and how we can preserve a certain set of these skills, and also how to carry out a transition phase in the more rural world. For example, taking into account respect and union with all ways of life. And in Tarpuy, we work with natural fibers. Right now, we consider that these are sustainable, but perhaps at a given future, they are not so sustainable as they are today. And that is why a transition phase and a constant seeking of balance is quite important. And for us in the textile world, it's very important for us really not to use animal skin and not using synthetically sourced fibers. We prefer to use just natural fibers, and we also take care of water, and that's why for us it's very important this work we're carrying out on natural tinctures, because when we use also artificial pigments, we pollute and contaminate water. Another important point is a constant exchange and dialogue with the academia, with other private sector companies, and also private companies are the ones who really can start this decision making changes from a top to bottom perspective. Also, I think consumers make a lot of questions and they start asking, what materials are you using? And also, the material is not the most important aspect, as was mentioned a bit ago. However, the social component for these binding projects is very important. And the social component, not only are we focusing on the individuals, for example, in the people that we coexist with, and that's also where we include or consider other species, other alive beings. And what you've just mentioned about, for example, the use of feathers of birds in indigenous communities, well, for them to use feathers is a ritual, and for us perhaps it's just wearing an earring with a bird feather. For them, this belongs to their cosmogonic vision, and I think that's important to highlight and perceive that this is part of their cosmovision. All right, let's open up the space for questions. We have a question from the audience. Thank you. I would like to take advantage of this moment to comment that for this specific panel, we've received a message, someone from Medellin, Colombia, and also from Deidama, Brazil, as well as from San Jose del Guaviare, from the Guaviare department in Colombia. They sent special greetings to our panel guest speakers. Well, I want to say that you've both found how from the private sector you've fostered and really contributed to reduce this problem in the fashion industry. I'd like to ask you the following. What is your opinion on the role of governments and international cooperation so that we can have a much more stronger focus from top to bottom? We now have several attendees from governments and international agencies, so this would be pertinent. All right, Oscar Lina, would you like to answer this question, or Grace perhaps? Yes, I would definitely like to intervene. I think it's very important to have public policies that are aligned to this. The fashion industry is obviously regulated by certain frameworks in terms of design, right? These are top to bottom schemes or frameworks. And for example, trends and design trends are also phenomena that perhaps have a different dynamic from bottom to top. And this has had also to do with public policies, for example, with free trade agreements. And we do need a public policy that really is invested in taking care of natural processes, of our ecosystems, of our weavers, our craftsmen and women. We've really lost a set of industries that are related to the textile and fashion industry. Therefore, this is a very important point. And jointly with the different entrepreneurship projects, with the biggest brands, with academia, with the final consumers, and we all need to be aware of our own positions and processes so that we can really transition from the industry that we're living in today to a more comprehensive ecosystem. Would the other two guest speakers like to contribute to answering this question? Yes, thank you. Well, I'm marveled by this panel. It's a pleasure for me to be joined by you. It's actually quite an enriching experience because from each geographical location, what we're doing and what we're discussing, I'd say that the contribution is quite significant. This cultural component and how we even eliminate from a cultural standpoint in terms of how we want to make something sustainable when we really don't understand and are quite naive about ancestral and indigenous customs and traditions is something that is constantly occurring in Latin America and as a region. I think that the hidden Latin America is quite stronger, and I think Latin America is now a trendy topic as it is so diverse, and I believe that our countries and our organisms, government organisms, must create clear policies. When we talk, for example, about sustainable fashion, we're not only talking about materials, but we're talking about ethics in this industry, meaning how the value chain with workers is also developed, how we can achieve a formalization of the fashion industry as a company, as a business, so that the linkage between a worker or employee and employer is actually a more legal relationship. There are many Latin American brands that have worked with this slogan of becoming a sustainable brand, and after or during the pandemic they basically disappeared. They stopped, for example, purchasing woven products from different communities, and that there wasn't this labor relationship with workers, people had to really manage in different regions in the Amazon region of Peru, Ecuador, Colombia, and they just continued living their lives. And this shouldn't happen. Sustainable fashion must be ethical fashion, and this starts from the social component, educating consumers and providing a better life to their workers so that they can have access to a better job, to better job conditions, to education, to health, to a capacity of really transforming their lives. I don't want to have craft men and women so that their children are continue also trading this craft or participating in this craft. I want their children to, if they want, hold positions in society such as politicians, decision makers, etc. Therefore, we need to stop seeing or perceiving communities as just workers to whom we can pay a minimum wage, because a minimum wage is not really transforming lives, not here, neither in the US nor France. So I think that we really need stronger public policies, clearer public policies that defend workers, that also advocate for the formalization of the industry, as well as the deep understanding of sustainability within the value chain, as well as other existing ecosystems. Right now in Costa Rica, for example, hemp is really trendy. And now the agricultural component of Costa Rica is already set. There are no spaces to actually have hemp crops. And what will we need? More forest area? Well, we can't have that. So we will produce hemp in primary forest. That is absolutely not sustainable. So we really need to understand these sustainability systems and how they really work so that we can really raise awareness on this topic. Thank you, Oscar. And now to close off this side event, I would like to thank you for your participation. We've listened to different points, and I think the invitation or the takeaway messages are the following: to be able to connect with the fashion industry. Well, you all know that this is a crossing industry and a very proactive industry, and we can create very effective communication campaigns that can really impact the purposes of preserving wildlife. And secondly, we must start raising this topic on fashion industry and its linkage to sustainability to the public, the political realm. It's absolutely necessary because we do not have public policies, specifically in Latin America. We haven't really carried out initiatives that influence the way in which we make fashion. And in Latin America, we are very much aware that this is an area of great potential. We can create social development, economic, cultural, and perhaps even spiritual development within all these different dynamics. So thank you very much. Thank you to our panel guests, Oscar, Lina, Eleonora, and Grace. And thank you. This is an open space for us to network. And from the Universo Molan, the NGO, Desde Soles y Lunas, our invitation is for us to have more conversations and discussions on this topic, and for us to work together between the academia, the state, and different stakeholders to really advocate for the wildlife. Thank you to Valentina, our moderator, and our guest speakers, Eleonora, Oscar, Lina, and Grace, because this makes us question ourselves. How can we really have a closet of clothing items that is sustainable, perhaps with second-hand fashion and also circular economy? We will now continue with the following panel: sub-regional initiatives that have been implemented by USAID and also WCS and UNODC on the approach of crimes related to wildlife. So we will invite now Catalina Gutierrez from WCS, Atino Delgado from USAID, and Jorge Rias, as well as Mr. Bermudez from UNODC, as well as Ms. Murillo. While our panelists join us, we want to remind you that this event is being broadcasted through the YouTube channel of the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development. So aside from greeting us, you can also share your questions. All of your questions are welcome. We will be reading them. After this panel, we will also have a side event called The Heart of the Amazon: Fauna, Flora, and Species, Endangered Species in the Colombian Amazon. This will be held by the Sinchi Institute, the Ministry of Environment. While we organize the space, we will have a 5-minute break. We will be right back. We also have a news to announce. Expreso Brasilia, one of the largest bus fleets of Colombia, has just signed the Buckingham Declaration. Institute for Scientific Research, as well as OAI. We will broadcast this session from the Santa Teresa Hotel in Cartagena, Colombia, and this is in the framework of the second high-level conference on illegal wildlife trade in the Americas. And we are doing this with this event, sub-regional initiatives implemented by USAID and its partners, WCS and UNODC, on approaching wildlife-related crimes. We will now give the floor to our guests. Thank you very much. So it's a pleasure to greet you all. We want to thank you for being here, for your interest in learning about these regional initiatives. We know that we are reaching the end of this high-level conference, and we want to really thank for your participation to all those here in the auditorium and to all those connecting through the internet to this event. As we mentioned, this panel has as an objective to really learn about the different initiatives being carried out by the USAID, or the International Cooperation Agency of the US, to really, and its partners, WCS and the UNODC, to on the approach of wildlife-related crimes. And as we've heard in this conference, many of our issues in relation to biodiversity and nature capital must be approached from a regional standpoint and focus. So to all those participating online through the YouTube channel of the Ministry of Environment, we want to just inform you that we will have translation available, and we will also be able to receive your questions either through the auditorium and the YouTube channel, but also by the QR that is presented through the Slido tool. We will see in the presentation slides this QR through which you can send your questions, because it's very important for us to be able to have a dialogue with you all.
So without further ado, we're now going to begin by inviting Mr. Dino Delgado, a specialist in biodiversity and natural resources from USAID, the Regional and Environmental Amazon Program, who will welcome and share USAID's vision in the Amazon region. Welcome, Dino. Thank you very much, Catalina. We can hear you, but we can't see you, Dino. Okay, we can see you now. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the side event on sub-regional initiatives implemented by USAID and its partners, WCS and the UNDCP. We hope that this event finds you well. It's a pleasure to be here with those who are presently in Colombia, as well as those who are connecting virtually. My name is Dino Gutierrez, and I am a specialist on natural resources from USAID. And I work in the U.S. Embassy. I'd like to take advantage of this opportunity to thank the government of Colombia for organizing this conference, the high-level conference on illegal wildlife trade in the Americas. I'd also like to greet Jorge Rios, who leads the regional program to combat wildlife crimes, as well as Pablo Bermudez, who is managing one of the programs that will be presented today. Joana Murillo, who leads the program to counter wildlife traffic from WCS, as well as the director of WCS in Colombia, who has kindly agreed to moderate this event. I'd also like to greet each and every one of our partners in the region. We would have very much liked to join you personally at this event. No one wants to miss out on a visit to Colombia. But given the care we must continue to have and the availability of Zoom, which is fantastic, we have decided to greet you virtually on this occasion. On this occasion, together with our partners, we want to share information with you through this side event on regional events to address the environmental threats in the Amazon region. We'd like to highlight illegal wildlife trade. As ministered by the Minister of the Environment of Colombia, we must make a joint effort, and it's important to unite as a global initiative to put an end to this, which is affecting us all, as is climate change. Understanding this is a tremendous challenge, one of the greatest challenges for biodiversity that has consequences that are both social and economic and natural. So our desire is to continue finding solutions. Therefore, through the Regional Environmental Program for the Environment, ARE, I will later on share more information on this program, but we have decided to supplement these programs in each of the Amazon countries with a regional strategy that contributes to address illegal wildlife trade. Today, this will be presented together with our partners. So welcome to the event. We hope this event is of interest to you, and we are also always open and willing to continue discussing and working toward a healthy Amazon basin, one that is enjoyed by society and one which protects the global climate. So now that I've welcomed you, I'd like to briefly introduce USAID. I'm not sure if the presentation is up. Otherwise, I'd like to ask that you please share the presentation. Dino will share it in a minute. Please share the presentation. They're on it. Excellent. So let's see the next slide. The exploitation of nature by humans has led to an unprecedented loss of biodiversity. It's also a threat to human health, as has been stated or made clear in recent years, given the global situation brought about by COVID. USAID has a long history of supporting programs that ensure compliance and law enforcement, as well as the protection of wildlife, as well as other strategies focused on reducing associated threats. I continue to see slide 1. Could we please pass on to slide 2? Thank you very much. As can be seen on this slide, USAID invests close to $70 million per year in activities to protect wildlife annually. These finances are targeted at more than 35 countries that have regional and transnational projects and programs. But what are these programs and projects specifically? As you can see here, we have three main areas. The first is to strengthen laws and law enforcement. The other is to reduce demand for wildlife products. And the third is to engage with communities to have their commitment. Within the first area, and here you can see, and I apologize if this slide is so busy, but we work on strengthening law enforcement with a variety of activities that share a similar percentage, such as capacity building and analysis, as well as political will and international agreements, among other. In the second and third point, in other words, reducing demand and community engagement, although we also focus on regulation, we specifically focus on the direct work with people, with communities, and communication, etc. With these 3 points, what do we hope to achieve, or with these 3 pillars? To reduce the demand among consumers, and to increase conservation activities and community support, as well as strengthening the existing capabilities in countries in order to implement policies and legislation. Next slide, please. This change theory that I'd like to share with you, again, I apologize because there are many figures and a lot of text, but I'll try to guide you through it. This is a very general overview. So what do we want to achieve and how do we want to reach that end, that last box? It's a purple colored figure that you can see there, which is crime reduction. How do we want to reach that final goal? Well, understanding that there are perverse incentives today, such as the high profit available for those who are involved in this illegal trade, as well as the low likelihood of them being found and sanctioned. So first we discussed the reduction in demand among consumers through a change in behavior. This change leads us to reduce demand and reducing the benefits. In a similar fashion, cooperation and the direct work done with communities with regard to law enforcement. This allows us to reduce the benefits, but also increase risks by having an informed and trained population, one which wants to put an end to what is occurring locally, put an end to wildlife trafficking. And this supplements the work that we do with governments, strengthening their capabilities for law enforcement, for identification and the subsequent legal proceedings. Apologies, looks like we have a problem. Should he be the one to manage the slide? Oh, looks like we have a problem with Dino. Looks like his internet has cut out. Let's try to wait for him, but meanwhile, can continue while we return to Dino. Dino was telling us about the support that USAID will provide via 2 projects in the region. These 2 projects will work at countering these international and national crimes in the Amazon region, which will be implemented at the UNDCP, and Conservando Juntos, or Preserving Together, which will be led by WCS in the region. These 2 ventures have the goal of contributing to the Amazon being a healthy and resilient region, and for society to appreciate and be working to guarantee humans' well-being. As I mentioned, these are 2 projects supported by USAID that are looking to address these transnational problems. So I don't think Dino is back just yet. If not, we're going to invite Jorge Rios, who's managing the UNDCP environmental team, and Pablo Bermudez, the Peru coordinator for this team, so that he can tell us more about what this new project is all about, supported by USAID. So welcome, Jorge. Thank you very much, Catalina. And greetings to the co-panelists. Pablo, Dino, thank you so much for this opportunity to present what is just recently being called ECOS. Its name changed just a few days ago. So it's a more friendly name, which translates into regional cooperation to counter environmental crimes, right? I'd also like to thank USAID for the support and the trust vested in UNDCP, as well as thank the strategic partners of the WCS, with whom we hope to work together to be able to address these crimes. Perhaps some of you do not know what the UNDCP is. We are the UN Office to Counter Drugs and Crime. The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. When we refer to crimes, we are referring to many different types of crimes: drugs, weapons, human trafficking, cybercrime, and since 2010, after an internal struggle, it was hard work to convince the member countries of the UNDCP. We began to also address illegal wildlife trafficking or illegal wildlife trade crimes. It was difficult because many countries did not recognize this problem. And of course, they also had different priorities, perhaps, such as poverty or other security problems. But as a result of hard work and effort, the countries accepted that we begin to see some of you might know of the UNDOC, or the UN Convention Against Corruption, or the Merida Convention. We began to implement the use of tools and practices and lessons learned that the UNDCP compiled after many years. Because the tools that are used for other types of crimes can also be useful, perhaps with some modifications. They can be useful to these crimes. Very well, that's basically what the UNDCP does. We work in many parts of Africa and Asia. So this is a good time to begin to work in South America because the minister said this problem has been present for a long time now, but we're only now beginning to recognize it as a priority matter. So this is why I'd like to thank donors and especially USAID and Great Britain for beginning to support it. Very well, this is a flow chart showing what we work on. In 2018, when we began to design this, we thought we could do it all, right? Reduce demand, public campaigns, everything that might come to mind. But over the years, we realized that expertise and the mandate within the convention that guides the work we do, we began to see 6 stages in the chain. And I believe one of the hardest is prevention, right? We're trying to work on prevention. And unfortunately, when this doesn't work, then we need to implement the other ones based on many years of experience, such as detection, interdiction, prosecution, and assignment. This is the crime scene till court approach. These are tasks that, as you might see, are complex. They require intense coordination, and they also require a great deal of cooperation. What we did was use some tools, especially with regard to financial flows and money laundering, routes, and interdiction. But over the years, we've also designed and made available to countries and partners various tools. These are just a sample of the tools that we've developed over many years. It's a toolkit, the indicators framework. We have guidelines for those who want to review, modify, and perhaps write or draft new legislation at a national level. We have the information for the first ones on the scene of crime, as well as a program to support and work in a joint fashion with countries. And we will soon explain in detail the regional national support. The idea here is for us to be able to explain to you the way we'll work, what objectives there are, and again, ask that you work closely with us and help us to add to the others' work, to not duplicate effort, and in this way be able to support member countries to improve coordination and training to be able to address these crimes. That although of course there are successes, I'd say the criminals continue working more aggressively day by day. So with this, I have finished and I hand the floor over. Thank you, Jorge. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to the organizing team here in Colombia, and greetings to all of the colleagues that are present, and also the oversight team from WCS and UNDCP that are all behind scenes following and watching us. What I'd like to explain here, let's go back. We had the same one as Jorge, just that it was 2 in 1. What I'm going to explain now is present this ECHOES program that will be developed over the next 4 years. It's a project that we have been planning and that we will work on in the various countries. And I'd like to explain the objective to you and the results that we hope to achieve, as well as some examples that we've been doing. Our plan is to improve regional cooperation and the ability of the legal system stakeholders in order to be able to intercept, detect, and investigate and prosecute crimes, transnational crimes. Now we're going to explain the general context, the approach, and the countries that will be involved. Our approach is focused on regional matters. It does not mean that there's not international involvement. We will focus here, and this is based on interinstitutional support among those who work in the legal system as well as in administration. The main areas that will be addressed are focused on crimes against forests and wildlife, fishing crimes, and mining crimes. On this occasion, I'm going to focus on wildlife crimes, given the event's context. Here we have a lot pertaining to illegal trade, illegal wildlife trade. We are planning and designing the work that will be carried out in various countries. I'll explain to you now in a moment in what countries we are developing a series of tools, and we're going to focus on national evaluation tools such as the toolkit and the indicators framework. Many of those present here today, both those from Ecuador and Peru, have been working on and planning these tools, and we will begin to work on quick reference guides relating to wildlife, fauna, so that we can understand step by step from the scene of crime to the final sentence. Where will this project take place? Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, Peru, and Suriname. And the components of the ECHOES program, there are 6 components. The first has to do with coordination of transnational measures. We're going to work in each of these teams as well as along borders, each of these countries as well as along borders. We will continue with the Sudwin network, and then we have the fishing crimes There's another component that has to do with inventory and assessment of databases. This morning, we spoke of this information system or interoperability among countries and systems. And then there's a E component that has to do with national evaluations, such as the toolkit and the indicators framework, to be able to compile information based on national evaluations. And an F component of training and strengthening capacity building, tools and instruments such as quick reference guides or forensic guides.
So what have been the different advances up until now that we've been working on? And we've had some teamwork amongst the different countries and also association with different institutions. We've been planning a toolkit, an indicator set with one of the first countries with which we've worked is Ecuador. For example, we have colleagues from Ecuador with whom we've been talking about this, and these different tools will be applied both in the islands of Galapagos as well as continental Ecuador. And next we will also have in the second semester a work specific to Peru for indicators specific to that country, and with the rest of the countries we will also work on the different implication and tool set of the different countries, and we will also start building quick response guidelines, and we will start working as well in different trainings in terms of forensic identification. And all this is also based on team groups, institutional team groups that we established. And in many cases, for example, in this case we've talked or referred to these as platforms, and these include both, for example, justice official members, prosecution officers, or prosecutors, as well as forestry authorities, customs authority, the financial authorities as well as academia, civil society, and some international cooperation as well. And lastly, our next steps, activities and processes. We will carry out regional activities, as I just mentioned. We will also develop the toolkit and the framework of indicators for Ecuador. We will work on this specifically in May. We will also start planning and develop the quick response guideline for the identification of crimes. And lastly, we will start developing and designing technical tools for officials for law compliance, along with some guidelines and different procedures to really support investigation efforts. This is my closing slide, and I'd like to thank you all, and I hope that many of you who are here present know that there are many corporations working in wildlife, flora and fauna management, as well as administrative matters. We're just part of the whole scale and in this identification of crimes, so we need to support each other, and you are very much welcome to join us and contribute, and we hope that we can work together in the future. Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? I think so, right? Well, thank you very much, Jorge and Mabel. It's been very interesting to listen to you and how to strengthen the legal system as well. And well, in the framework of everything we've talked about in this high-level conference, in terms of being able to support these governments that are every day creating more regulations and tools for prosecution of these crimes, I think that with this project you can provide certainly more training to the system and really carry out just prosecution for these environmental crimes. Dino, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you. Please take the floor. We will now share your presentation. All right, thank you. I apologize. I was talking about how Zoom is so wonderful, and I think we've all had technical issues with Zoom. So I would just like to retake this topic and just spend some minutes in this topic. What I wanted to share is how all this information that I've just shared with you really reached the environmental regional program in the Amazon. This area, the ADET by its acronym in Spanish, the regional program environmental regional program for the Amazon is composed of the following countries: Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, Peru, and Suriname. And we include within this program, for example, environmental crimes such as deforestation, logging, and USAID from the year 2014 has mobilized over $250 million and has also mobilized from the private sector around 10 million, benefiting therefore over 87,000 people in the Amazon basin. The special species and environments or ecosystems are key, as it is represented in the 4 pillars in the diagram in the in the right hand side of the slide. And these are some of the key aspects in which we carry out this very important work. So please let's go to the following slide. And this is done with the objective to really serve these previously mentioned factors, both the demand from consumers as well as governance. That's how USAID joined together with its partners carry out these efforts, and together with conservation or Conservando Juntos and ECHOS, this program specifically. Next slide, please. So if we see these graphs from some slides ago or before, we can see that USA together with the UNDCP and WCS, we can see exactly where these two activities or regional programs or projects are located and the strategy that USAID has with each. I wouldn't like to extend because I know where we have a restricted amount of time, and so I'm very much looking forward and very interested in listening from the other guest panelists. Thank you very much, Dino. Please stay with us because most surely there will be questions from the audience at the end. So I will give the floor to Giovanna Morillo. She is the leader from WCS for the Amazon and Orinoco region. Please tell us about this initiative called Conservando Juntos, or Conserving Together, and provide please your standpoint from the civil society, which, as we've mentioned, complements or adds to very well to this initiative led by the WCS. All right, thank you, Catalina. I will tell you a bit about what this new initiative is about, or this regional project is about, that we're currently endeavoring in. And we're very pleased to be able to advance in this and to be able to carry out certain group of activities with our colleagues in the UNDCP. And many of what I want to share, or what is within our plans, considers next steps, for example, working with the civil society based on what we've progressed on, based on what we've discussing on in these past days. And I will specifically focus on basically, for example, on the fight against wildlife trafficking. And I'd just like to provide some context. How is it that we started and where are we aiming towards with these different systems? So from our work at the WCS, our work has been very much focused in a close relationship both with national governments and also through regional programs with different local partners, indigenous populations or communities. And we've led several actions and also very much close to authorities. So the focus of our work and the approach that we want to continue is very much related to civil society work. And when we're talking about those geographical areas that are being prioritized for the program Conservando Juntos, we basically use the Amazon basin as a guideline. In terms of countries, the interventions are considered to be done by Peru, Ecuador, Bolivia, and Brazil. And in Colombia, we're currently reviewing what are those potential activities that could be developed. However, our baseline is definitely the Amazon basin. So now regarding the crimes approached, we have the following. These are mainly the ones that summon us in this conversation, which is trafficking of wildlife. We also have fishing activities that are not reported, regulated, or that are illegal, illegal mining, illegal logging, and deforestation and land invasion. So as you can see in the different boxes, I think that coincidentally with this conference, one of the key topics that we will be covering is also fauna, illegal trafficking. In the case of illegal logging, we haven't yet considered this. However, the others are framed within this according to the strategic frameworks that are to be considered for. All right, so the purpose of the latter is to strengthen the capacities of diverse actors of the civil society and their regional networks to collaborate and proactively lead the efforts to conserve biodiversity and prevent environmental crimes in the Amazon. As I just mentioned, we have 4 strategies established. And in relation to this, we also have certain expected results, which are a base of this focus on, or this approach, and how this project was designed. Now, related strategies number 1, which is much more focused on strengthening collaborational regional networks to accelerate a cross-learning exchange and an adoption of solutions. Well, we expect to really have a learning process, a thorough learning process from the civil society and the different agencies. So for this strategy number 1, within the framework of wildlife trafficking, we have a certain prioritized activities, such as, for example, prioritizing, designing, and implementing pilot cases for creating or to create behavioral change. We've managed to stride certain steps forward and not necessarily focus on demand reduction strategies. This is a new topic for several of us here in the region. And so within the activities of WCS, we've taken that as part of continuing challenges to continue to work on in the future. And so the objective is to, as I said, carry on forward with this work. So these activities are also linked to designing and implementing a solution search call on practical improvements to reduce environmental impact. Now, within the following strategy, when we refer to civil society, well, this is quite a broad term, and this is also an audience that we take into account within our organization or program, Conservemos Juntos, and this is specifically the private sector. So we've identified the private sector as a potential partner, and in this conference there have been many stakeholders from this sector, and we're quite glad because it's very important to add them to this list of stakeholders. And so the second strategy is focused on promoting the participation of the private sector and also indigenous peoples and local communities in legal and sustainable economic activities. I will just tackle now the activities so I can expand on what we're planning. So as I mentioned, we seek to work together with these private companies, raise awareness within them and within also business sectors, and raise awareness specifically on the negative impacts of environmental crime so that we can promote the adoption of solutions and prevent their participation in these environmental crime. We also want to involve companies and organizations to collaborate in activities that really approach environmental crimes and also value chains based on biodiversity. Something I missed mentioning at the beginning when I was explaining the project is that the topic of trafficking, illegal trafficking of wildlife will always, instead of seeing it as a negative problem, I think we always talk about why it is a problem, right? However, the approach we seek in Conservemos Juntos and in general, the approach we want to have to all environmental crimes that will be treated is to really involve civil society and to think in much more positive terms. What is it that we can implement? So as part of the third strategy, we have established to strengthen capacities of organizations, indigenous peoples, and local communities to handle and defend their territories where sadly some of these situations occur directly. Several of the activities that are being proposed to approach specifically the case of wildlife trafficking are closely related to developing and promoting dialogues between different generations as well, to share and exchange this knowledge, and also to create skill development activities, and also train these peoples on monitoring, adaptive management, and also the defense of their territories. And the last strategy that we've considered within Conservemos Juntos is closely related to strengthening media outlets, journalist networks, and organizations of the civil society to foster a more active citizen activity. And so these are some of the expected results, and several of the activities that we would focus on under the framework of wildlife trafficking are, for example, strengthening capabilities of these media outlets, journalist networks, and others to inform about environmental crimes and sustainability solutions for the Amazon. Even, for example, carrying out pilot projects with civil participation from civil society organizations. And that will be all from my side. Thank you very much, Giovanna. Without a doubt, strengthening civil society from different fronts or aspects is key, and also this is a civil society that includes the private sector. So how are they involved and how are they aware? Frequently environmental crimes occur due to lack of knowledge, lack of alternatives. Therefore, this project, according to what you've said, seeks to approach or even train or provide alternatives to these civil society organizations so that they know how in a direct or in an indirect manner are involved in these environmental crimes, or rather can be part of avoiding these environmental crimes. So we have some minutes to address your questions if you have some. So we will open up now the dialogue to all attendees here at the hall. Are there any questions from the audience? And also those who are virtually watching this event, you can share your questions. So, does somebody from the audience have a question? Please go ahead. Yes, thank you, Catalina. I am Jeremy Sines from the British Embassy based in Quito. I want to ask about the linkage, and I think that this has been touched upon in other sessions, but I want to know about the linkage between wildlife illegal trafficking and drug trafficking, because I think that many of us think that there are these relationships or linkages, but we don't really have clarity on these, or perhaps have even very little evidence. And many times there are many assumptions, and I'm also thinking about the interests behind. Perhaps there could be greater interest from the governmental side if we can provide evidence, proof that these linkages do exist. I would like to leave this question open to any panelist who would like to answer it. Does someone want to answer on this linkage or connection between environmental crimes and drug trafficking? All right, thank you. Thank you for this question. Well, I want to be honest, and I think we can never fully answer these questions in an event, but another very frequent question, for example, is the linkage between wildlife illegal trafficking and terrorism. And it's true that we do not have enough information to be able to prove this linkage between drug trafficking and illegal wildlife trade or wildlife trafficking. What happens in the seizings is that, for example, we sometimes won't find a container with drugs or timber, but to really argue that drug trafficking is working or is rather focused also in wildlife trafficking, important business at the beginning of the first day. Information in South America is so scarce. It's actually so scarce sometimes, or information isn't shared, or people have that information but do not know how to disseminate it. So we really don't have information available to provide a full answer to your question. That, I think, is the truth. We could say that yes, this connection or this linkage exists. However, we cannot back it up with enough evidence. All right, thank you. Does someone else want to participate? Are there any other questions from the audience?
Dino, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you. Very well. While someone else asks a question, one question we did want to ask you, Dino, is that clearly after the COVID pandemic and the economic crisis, all of these crises have led to there being greater pressure applied on natural resources. What are the main challenges that you're seeing, say, in the next 5 years? The main challenges that we'll have to face in the region based or as a result of greater pressure being applied on natural resources? Are there other activities or programs that you have at a regional level to address this problem? Thank you, Catalina, for the question. The answer is yes. Today we have spoken about the activities and regional programs that USAID supports in the Amazon countries to address illegal wildlife trafficking. However, the international program does involve other activities that are based on a series of documents that USAID has developed for each and every one of the countries, but also the regional strategy. And here, this brings us back to one of the photographs I showed you on my slide, which has to do with working with the population. There are regional activities to support communities, to support indigenous peoples, to strengthen their capacity building, and to strengthen their institutional capacities, the organizations that represent these indigenous peoples. We also have activities that have to do with fishing, underreported or illegal fishing. We also have activities that relate to environmental crimes, which are the two ones that we presented today. We focused on illegal wildlife trade. This is a broader topic, as has been stated. We have activities that have to do with forestry. We have satellite images that allow us to identify where certain activities are taking place that involve mining or wildfires or deforestation. We also have a more or less new activity, which is deforestation that is driven by commodities, and how we can deal with this great challenge. So together with the bilateral activities, in other words, the activities that are carried out in each of the Amazon countries, we have this support and regional vision. And the idea behind it is to identify what opportunities there are to contribute comprehensively
among each of the Amazon countries. Many thanks, Dino. Does anyone in this audience have a question? If not, I'll hand the floor over to Pablo or Jorge. In the legal system, what best practices in one country can be replicated in another to be able to act more efficiently? I can pass you this mic. Yes. Well, after speaking with colleagues in the region, what we have worked on in many cases is working among institutions, which allows us to develop tools together. Oftentimes, working groups have been put together or platforms for joint work, and this allows all stakeholders, both those who work in the Justice Department or in administration, be able to have one shared objective, and in this way be able to standardize certain aspects, and this allows us to conduct a better prosecution. Another area has to do with having information on hand, which is later used in investigations, and being able to act with administrative authorities so that they can prepare better technical reports, which then allows the prosecutors to be able to conduct their work better, allows them to have a more successful prosecution and sentence. In other cases, the forensic work or expert work is another way we can provide support. In some regions, they're just beginning to implement specialized prosecution units for environmental affairs. In other areas, it has been implemented for some time, but this has to do with training to be able to better identify wildlife crimes. Thank you, Catalina. No, thank you, Pavel. And another question for Joanna. Tell us about what challenges you see there are in order for companies and private sectors to join this struggle, and if perhaps you have a specific example you can share with us. Thank you, Catalina. Let's see. I'll speak within the context of this conference. As far as opportunities, we heard mention of them a moment ago during the side event. Can you hear me now? Perfect. Well, I was saying that several of us have been able to identify opportunities during this conference. Mainly what was seen during the transportation side event, where several private sector companies have explained the progress that has been made, as well as the opportunities ahead to continue deepening the work done. And this expansion and continuity has also been seen today by having several companies sign and commit to this. This is a very significant and important sector within the wildlife trade segment, because to reach from point A to B, these services are required. So if we can, first of all, create this awareness and achieve commitment from these companies, beyond them understanding that it's a problem, but for them to truly agree on implementing a series of actions, which is what we saw today when several of these companies signed the declarations. I believe this is something very clear and evident, speaking to the changes that are coming about, and that these opportunities are present and collaboration is possible among countries on a regional level. I'd like to congratulate the work that has been done, and I'd like to highlight this as an example of the opportunities ahead when referring to the transportation sector. Thank you very much, Joanna. So I believe we can begin to close this event. First, I would like to thank all those who are present and thank all those who are following the streaming. And of course, thank you to USAID and the United States for your real commitment to our region, to the Amazon. And of course, thank you for trusting in our institutions. Many thanks to the UNDCP and the WCS. This is a tremendous opportunity to show that by working together, we can really make this happen. We can have an impact on the scale that is required. We're referring to a large scale, significant temporal scales as well. Many thanks to those who have organized the conference, to the Ministry of the Environment, to the British Embassy for making this space possible. And thank each and every one of you. Please feel free to stay for the next events. And thank you to the panelists. Thank you, Dino. Thank you, Catalina. Can you hear me? Thank you very much, Catalina. Thank you, Dino, Jorge, Pavel, and Joanna for your presentation. As Catalina said, we're going to continue with today's agenda. We have one last final panel for today, which is the Corazón de la Amazonía panel on fauna, flora, and species that are endangered in Colombia's Amazon. We have two very special events for this session that have come from Colombia's Amazon to tell us about their experiences. So let's welcome them now with a round of applause. We have with us Rosa Cecilia Duran and Edgar Oleriana, who are coming from the Department of Guainía in Colombia's Amazon. This event is organized by Corazón de la Amazonía and Sinchi. So I'd like to hand the floor over to Rosa Cecilia Duran and Edgar Oleriana. This is our final panel, today's last panel. After this panel, we'll have a coffee break and a networking opportunity for all of you. So let's wait a minute. I'd like to remind you that the name of this panel is Corazón de la Amazonía, fauna, flora, and species that are endangered in Colombia's Amazon. This event is organized by Corazón de la Amazonía and Sinchi. We'll continue when you say that you're ready. Meanwhile, I'd like to remind you that this is today's last panel at the high-level conference on illegal wildlife trade in the Americas, held in the city of Cartagena, Indias, Colombia. As announced this morning, the third conference will be held in Argentina. Argentina has decided to host this interesting high-level conference on illegal wildlife trade in the Americas. I'd like to remind you all that you can publish on social media using the Por la Vida Silvestre hashtag. They will be the final panelists for today, the second high-level conference. So, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. Thank you for staying for this final panel. You've already had an opportunity to meet the panelists. They come from the Colombian Amazon, specifically the Department of Guainía. This event has been organized by the Corazón de la Amazonía program with support from Sinchi. And this is something that took place in Guainía. And we want it to be presented by the participants themselves, the community. Rosa is the coordinator of the program Corazón de la Amazonía, and she will be speaking. Then we'll watch a video where there are greetings from people who have been involved in this project. And then we'll hear from Rosa and Edgar to tell you about how this process of monitoring the fauna has been. I'd also like to take advantage to thank each of those present. The General Director of Sinchi that I belong to as well. They are following this event closely. The floor is yours. Hello. Thank you, Diana. And many thanks to all of those who are listening. Corazón de la Amazonía has the objective of preserving the forest and the sustainable use of biodiversity, apart from contributing to the reduction of deforestation by improving the livelihoods of communities where we are currently implementing the program. This is a project that is financed by the GEF and the World Bank and executed by Natural Heritage, with co-implementation by 6 public entities, such as the Ministry of the Environment, Sinchi, the IDEAN, National Parks, and 2 sustainable development corporations that have jurisdiction in Colombia's Amazon, such as the CDA, which is the Corporation for the Development of the Amazon, and Corpo Amazonia, which is the Corporation for the Development of the South of the Amazon. Here, a system of governance that works hand in hand with the communities has been important. And this is something that we believe is important to mention here, how the communities are co-protagonists of these, or the main characters of these ventures. We have an important role in this territory, and it has to do with the management plan. Many of you are already holding this document in your hands. It's a collective exercise carried out with several different partners, not only public entities, but also the WWF has been a strategic partner to develop and implement this plan. And clearly, as a key player, the way the communities have been organized to be able to implement this plan. So the plan identified that one of these proposals had to do with monitoring not only the fauna that they consume, but also the fauna that is endangered. And this has to do with the support that Sinchi has provided. This began in 2019, and as of today, the results have been fantastic, especially with regard to the appropriation on the part of the communities. They have understood that information allows them to make decisions and reach agreements and participate as an important part of governance in our territory. So we're all in their hands of these 2 marvelous leaders that are also going to tell us about part of their story in the community. Well, before watching the video, I would like to thank those who are joining us via streaming on the ministry's page on YouTube, via social media, and also via the Corazón de la Amazonía YouTube, as well as Sinchi. So let's watch the video that we have for today.
Today we greet you from the city of Cartagena in this high-level conference on illegal wildlife trade in the Americas. Today we've seen a series of presentations and that present the current situation in Latin America and the Caribbean on what illegal wildlife trade really means. However, we haven't really seen the participation of local communities, and I think that's exactly from the CINCHI, the Amazonian Institute of Scientific Research, want to contribute to this conference tomorrow in the framework of this very important high-level conference that the CINCHI Institute has funded through the Corazón de Amazonia organization, and therefore brought to the communities of the waterborne communities of Inírida to present their community projects. And this monitoring projects that are community-based show the governance that throughout time local communities have led, and also the work that has proven dedication and also scientific knowledge that the CINCHI Institute has transferred to those communities. I want to credit Maria Osorno, who's been the leader of this project within the framework of the Corazón de Amazonia project. We want to invite you to please visit our stand and join us in this side event. Thank you. Community monitoring is one of the most powerful tools to create scientific information on the one side, and on the other side, knowledge in the territories about the use and handle or management of fauna. But aside from this, it is a very valuable tool to also strengthen governance in the territories. This governance strengthening in the territories is effectively constituted in a barrier and also in a way of facing the phenomenon of illegal trafficking of wildlife, which is the topic that summons us in this conference. This monitoring is mainly focused in those fauna species that are related to the food diet of the communities in the territory, meaning they are part of their culture. And also in the monitoring, what we do is evaluate what is the magnitude of the usage of these species. And in a parallel manner, we are also identifying those species that are mostly used and with a higher frequency, and we also evaluate the population availability of these species. And with these, we evaluate the sustainability of this usage and if the species are being used in a sustainable manner or not. In this manner, and jointly amongst us all and with each of the communities, we do this in an agreed decision, or in an agreed way. We design and we carry out management measures that can really advocate for a sustainable use, so that communities can still use or still ensure their food safety with these species without extinguishing them. Greetings, good afternoon. I just greeted in my dialect, and we're very happy to be with you today. My name is Rosa Cecilia Duran Flores. I am an indigenous member of the Correhuaco community. This is part of the indigenous community called Tierra Alta. For us as indigenous community, this project has been quite a challenge, specifically because of the name that our location has. Well, this territory is the Estrella Fluvial Inírida. This is the location that has been acknowledged for the first time within the Amazon region. This is actually the first territory within the Colombian Amazon to be acknowledged as a very important, international important wetland. And this has led to the fact that many of the communities have faced the risk of being part of this process with very fearful attitudes in terms of what does it mean to be renowned as a highly important wetland or part of a highly important wetland. This process has now been carried out for 10 years, and we've achieved several things and achievement, as you can see. For example, the Ramsar environmental management plan, which is where we basically have plotted all our work from these past years. This Ramsar is this designated wetland of high importance, international importance in the Ramsar Agreement. And basically what we want to try is to preserve and ensure our food safety. And through this, and to speak a bit about perhaps in another language, which is the scientific language, because we are scientists in our territories and from our own ancestral knowledge, right? But to be able to talk in another language, such as, for example, as I said before, the scientific language, we really needed to rely on data. How is it that we can really know what is available in our territories and how can we ensure it, conserve it, preserve it, if our objective is to guarantee that our territories can provide our food and ensure our food safety, which is what we depend on. And that's why we carry out these monitoring activities. One is, for example, fauna monitoring, which is the one we will deep dive into today, but also monitoring on our consumption, which has been now carried out for 8 years, and we've reached now a fishery resolution. So in all this process, there have been many processes. For example, the JEF project of the Corazón de la Amazonía, which is the organization funding our activities to really carry out the management plan, and many other plans that have been part of, many other organizations that have been part of this process, such as WWF Colombia, as well as other indigenous communities. Because without the participation of communities, indigenous communities, these processes cannot really progress and cannot be very successful, because it is we, indigenous communities, that have the closest knowledge on these territories. So can we go to the next slide, and I can therefore tell you a bit how we've been collecting this information, and therefore also show you how we, from data and from the ancestral knowledge that we've inherited, we want to continue preserving our territories. So as you can see in this slide, the photo on the right-hand side are the fauna monitors. They are hunters, inhabitants of these local communities, of the 25 local communities that are part of the Ramsar designated area, which it has an area of 50,000 square kilometers. Edgar is, I think, the person that knows the figure. I have to accept I'm quite nervous, but it's about 50,000 square kilometers of fauna, and this project is also part of the JEF project, Corazón de la Amazonía. Following slide, please. So these are all the data we've collected. So this is the data we've collected since we started the process, which was in the year 2018 up to current date, meaning we have some data, usage data. And how is this done? Well, this data is collected directly at homes, at households in the communities. And what we do is record everything that is consumed within the community, and the outcome are these results. For example, we have 890 prey animals or individuals per year. And perhaps what I will do now is describe how is it that we collect these data. So we record everything that is consumed within households and communities. Then monitors, fauna monitors specifically, who are the people in charge of carrying out these activities, are hunters and fisher people. So what they do is that together with the technicians of the institute, who are the people that have the knowledge of how to record this information in a specific format, they basically guide us on how to record this. However, the information is collected by the community themselves. So we basically fuse the knowledge from these local communities with the scientific knowledge to really have this data as an outcome. Initially, we didn't really know. We knew that we had a lot of resources within our communities and territories, but we didn't really know how many. So here, for example, we see the most used species as represented in the graphic. For example, as an outcome, we have usage of 14%, for example, is destined through consumption and is consumed within communities. What does this mean? Well, within the same families, for example, when an animal is hunted, the trade of this animal is done within the community. This trade is internal to the community. Also, main species that are traded in that region, well, trade, right, is an activity that is forbidden. However, this trade is done in an indigenous reservoir that is very, very close to the municipality of Inírida. And for us at the beginning, this was quite a challenge, because this implies a several set of considerations, and no one else is actually recording this type of information. We did know that there was a kind of trade in the Guainia department, specifically in the Inírida municipality, but no one was recording this information. So we were actually the pioneers in doing so, and actually we're up to date, the only ones who are collecting data in this indigenous, let's say, farmers market. And this is carried out by a fauna monitor, Elizabeth, joined by another leader of this community called Hernando. And this was quite a challenge, and it continues being quite a challenge because people didn't want them to record this information at the beginning, but this was achieved through a leadership work. And this is the information that we have up until now. So for example, we also have identified what are the species that are most traded, what are the species that provide a largest amount of consumption. That's what's represented on the left hand side graphic, the one on the lower portion of the screen. For example, we see 20%, a figure of 20%. 20% is, apologies, 10% is non-recorded data. 20%, which is represented in blue, comes from the EFI. That means that from this area, this Ramsar wetland, or wetland that has been registered according to the Ramsar agreement. And we have another percentage that is undefined, meaning these come from perhaps other closer rivers or from the wetland acknowledged by the Ramsar agreement. And the other 30% is what is consumed. I apologize, I cannot see the screen clearly. So when we carry out these type of registration, what we realize is that within the Ramsar designated wetland, we have data that confronts, so I think, what has been assumed. So when we start collecting data, we realize that we need to start talking with other stakeholders that are part of the Ramsar agreement wetland designation to start talking about this project in other terms. Following slide. So we've been working, or rather carrying out follow-up work for 31 months. As I mentioned, we're monitoring since the 19th of March of 2019 up until November of year 2021. That's the timeline of data collection and registration. We have 340 hunters from 29 different indigenous communities. Those are the people that carry out the collection of this data, and we have 34 fauna monitors. We also have availability data, which are the data that you can see in this other graph. And that's where we start applying the scientific methodology. And we do this through the trap cameras that are also placed by the fauna monitors. And we have different fauna monitor coordinators who manage all the field work. So we have 1,123 trap cameras, 123 kilometers of walked path, and we also have 52 different counts of mata species, and this is done by Kakure and Careteo. The Kakure are basically fishery traditional art crafts, which are traditional methods to really to count these species, and basically these species are attracted with special bait so that we can carry out this monitoring and recording. So as I mentioned, this process is done through the scientific knowledge and our ancestral knowledge, and we are provided with tools from the Sinchi Institute. Okay, so regarding sustainability, we are, for example, having an excess of usage, which was our initial question, right? If we wanted to ask ourselves if we had more supply than what we were consuming. So we compared how many species were there in the territory and how many or how much of each species we were using, and this is the data that we've collected through usage and learning how much each community was consuming, how many species were being traded in some way internally, and up until now we don't have yet collected data on external trade. I also wanted to point out a bit about the process, the following process, on how we can take a decision about what we will do, for example, with the fauna of our territory, and how we can guarantee, well, firstly, that food sovereignty is permanently ensured, or at least ensured for the long term, so that our future generations can continue ensuring their food safety, but also how we can avoid illegal wildlife, which is the topic that joins us today. So the utmost priority for us is food safety, right? Because if we cannot feed ourselves, how can we ensure our livelihoods? So at the moment, when we ensure that this fauna is not leaving our territory or is not being traded externally or illegally trafficked, well, this is in a way a guarantee for us, or a way in which we can guarantee our food sovereignty. And I think I've had heard about this point in previous sessions, and this is a very specific topic that I think wasn't very much touched upon, and it has to do with, for example, ornamental fish trafficking, which in the Guainia department, 86% of ornamental fishes that are sent to the central part of the country are sent from the Guainia department. And this is critical because we're just starting to work on this with the UNAM, because we also carry out data collection on consumption. But this is a resource that is not really taken into account for illegal wildlife trade. Yesterday, I think I heard a session in which this was talked about, and how they shared about the operations and how they find all these different species that are being exported or illegally traded to destinations abroad. And from communities, we also want to really contribute so that we can avoid these situations, and for hunters and fisher people to not really serve these type of illegal activities, because at the end of the day, they are the ones who have the knowledge to actually take these species out of forests and out of their original habitats. And so it's very difficult that these different external stakeholders can do this without the participation and help of these traditional fisher people and hunters. So as I mentioned before, this is a set of information that we've collected in a timeline of 3 years. We continue in this process of continuously collecting this data. Also, the mata turtle species, I think we've talked extendedly about this, and also with my colleague. Well, this is a species that in the Ramsar designated wetland is quite frequent. However, it's been hard to monitor because this is a species that is very it's one of the least consumed species within our territory. Therefore, a very little number of these species are consumed. Therefore, it's quite difficult to monitor. So I think that Edgar could perhaps share a bit more about what the process has been like in terms of field work, since he's the one doing a permanent accompaniment to the field work being carried out by placing different trap cameras and so on. Great. This is the greeting in my dialect, Punay. I'm from the Punay Indigenous Committee. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Edgar Oleriano. I am part of an indigenous community from the Caracuayara, Curilla Manamunoto Indigenous Reservoir. And as my colleague mentioned, we're carrying out this process together with the Jeff project, Corazón de la Amazonía, and we as members of the Colombian indigenous Amazon, as I've manifested and previously mentioned in other scenarios where I've had the opportunity to participate in, well, we have been nature conservation advocates from ancestral times, and today, as a member of this community that carries out data collection and monitoring of wildlife, I want to share my experience in this territory, which is 234,000 hectares in this Inírida. specific location. And the work that we do with the Simchi Institute is to place camera traps. We do this to be able to learn how many species we have in the FE territory. The data that my colleague has just presented, well, were collected through the placing of these trap cameras, and together with the fauna monitors is how we collect this data. This is a method, or rather an activity, that we carry out in this wetland designated by the Ramsar Agreement. And another method that we are applying or implementing is a night live counting of cachirre species. We do this bi-weekly in our territories, and it's a distance of 5 kilometers in which we do this, and we do this at nighttime to search for this specific type of crocodile called cachirres in Spanish. Another method that we're using is a turtle counting, and we do this also depending on the variety of these. For example, if it's winter or summertime. In summertime, what we do is snorkeling, and we can find, for example, matamata, cabezón, or chipiro species. We measure them, we mark them, and we release them. Basically to have a registration. And in the winter season, what we do is to place or use traditional fishery or fishery craftsmanship. These are ways of capturing these turtles to count them. And another method we use is the transecto. Basically, this is a path that we design. This is a path of 4 kilometers, and every 4 days we go to this path and we count again. And what we see are fresh marks or footprints, and whatever we can see in trees, for example, of animals that have been close by or that have walked through this path, and also the birds that have been present in this path. And that's how we count the fauna individuals in our territories. This process is quite interesting, and our experience has been very interesting from an indigenous community standpoint, as we are the base of all this process. And I think this is an additional knowledge that certainly adds to the work that the biologists also contribute. And I think that at the end we have an ultimate goal, which is to ensure the sustainability of all natural resources in the Colombian Amazon.
And I believe that to wrap this up and tell you about what we're doing, we have one final slide, which is to share with you what we've achieved, what we have in mind, and what we want, and how we want to continue preserving these species in our territory. Next slide, please. Oh, there are no more. I'll tell you then. Well, in this entire process, it's the indigenous communities that have made the decisions as far as how we expect to continue preserving these species, both fish, fauna, birds, because we also monitor birds. And one of these is to begin to not hunt. And since we already know when each animal will be at the reproductive stage, what we have in mind is to begin to hunt species that are at a maturity stage. So this is one of the alternatives that are considered in the communities, that is considered currently among communities and monitors, to see what might be the best alternative, so that all these species continue to reproduce and begin to see these other alternatives to begin to work on conservation. I think we might have not explained this clearly at the beginning, and taking into account that there are many people here from other countries, So let's place ourselves on the map. Within Colombia, we're in the Amazon, in Colombia's northeast. We're somewhere along the transition point between Orinoquia and Amazon. This is why there are very specific characteristics. It has some white sand areas and flooded savannas, as well as forested areas. The Inírida estrella fluvial is home for many various species of mammals, amphibians, and birds and their reproductive activities, which is why it's very important to protect this space. Thank you very much for this space and time. Thank you very much. Very well. We'd like to thank each and every one of you for having remained throughout the conversation with Rosita and Edgar that have joined us from Inírida to share the work that they've been doing throughout this entire time. And I believe there are some key and very important words here. Use, monitoring, food sovereignty, governance, which is what I believe we want to achieve. If you have any questions or comments for them who have been working on this and have come all this way to share it with you, please go ahead because the coffee break is waiting for us outside. So. Hello? Yes. Let's take advantage of the fact that they've come from so far away and traveled so long to spend this time with us and share their experiences with us, their experiences throughout the entire process. If there's anyone that would like to add something, comment, or ask a question, please raise your hand. Meanwhile, I'll be checking if anyone online. Okay, they're saying hello from the Valle de Aburrá. So they're saying hello through social media. There's a question here. Okay, thank you very much for sharing your experience with us. I wanted to know about how the process of change has been and how, with regard to how the community uses the resources. I know it's been a long process, and at first it was a bit more challenging. Tell us about how these decisions were made or how they came about, perhaps limiting the use of certain species at certain times of the year. Tell us about how the community managed this. Well, for all those who were part of this process, it was a surprise, really, when the communities themselves, it was the hunters themselves that are members of the community who began to say, we're going to have a scaled ban, so to speak, depending on the species. So since we already knew which species were most consumed or used in the community, and since each of the communities have a clear idea on when their reproductive stages, that's why the decision was made. But as we said earlier, we're currently at that other stage, seeing what we're going to do now. So what we have so far is the decision that the authorities are planning on making in the communities that are part of the area, as well as the families that are part of this process. As you can see here, what we're showing in the previous slide, communities' participation has been nearly complete. So most of the various families in the communities, we're looking for them to be a part of the process precisely for this reason, for it to not be like a external process, but one that begins with them. And that has been one of the strengths of this process, because it's been the communities themselves who have decided to take steps based on the needs and the livelihoods of each one. Would anyone else like to add something or ask a question? Or should we say goodbye? It wouldn't be a goodbye, it would be a see you later. Thank you very much. It's really been a pleasure to hear of this incredible experience and hear about the work you've done from 2018 and up until now. What I'd like to hear from you is what are the next steps for the project and for the work that you are doing at the Estrella Fluvial? Well, I think as far as next steps, the next steps are a challenge for all of us, for the indigenous communities, and I think for the project itself as well. So as far as next steps, I can speak from the indigenous communities as far as next steps, and it's that this entire process is not one that we see as a project, but rather as a process, a community process, in which we as communities are empowered with our own governance, understanding that we face many threats in the territory. So we can show you here what we have in the territory and how we are caring for it. But we'd run out of time if we were to tell you about all the threats that the indigenous communities face in the territory. Illegal mining, logging, etc. Many different things that happen in our territory. And as leaders in the community, that the project is here with these alternatives, or that this opportunity arise, we can say that this is a tool to begin to empower communities as far as what decisions we want to be made in our land and for us to be able to continue living the way we were before. And just to answer you on behalf of the project, as expressed by these two marvelous leaders, the project is a facilitator. By reaching agreements with the community is how we determine where the support and investment is needed. They're the ones that know where this exercise can take place, where there is a potential. We begin a new stage of financing. We call it the 7th support from Jeff, support until 2024. And this is where we will be supporting this exercise through this project until concluding this new stage. So it's possible that in the next negotiations, we will be able to work in many different things, especially with regard to sustainability, which allows the community to be truly showing ownership as an exercise of self-governance. I believe this local institutional strengthening is an important pathway to protect the local fauna, especially the fauna that is threatened. So that's where the true action should lie. Another thing that I think is very important to see how far we'll go is that I'd like to tell you that although perhaps, say, this stage of financing or project reaches an end, it's important for the communities to continue receiving training, and this data is registered almost on a daily basis, so they're registering information on a daily basis, and the communities have so much ownership now that it's already something that they're curious about, so they begin to monitor new things, say. So this monitoring of fauna came about as fishing monitoring that began in 2012. So we saw that when people were curious about this, that we said, well, the fauna is also food for us. So we need to know what's happening with the fauna. So we already have information. 70% of the indigenous community's food sources is fishing, and the other percent is fauna. So we already have some graphs that showed us that this is what we're eating and this is what we need to care for. Thank you. We're going to ask 2 questions that we've received via YouTube, and then we hand the floor over to Catalina, who also has a question. First, William de Jesus Espinosa Hernandez says hello. He says, greetings from Guaviare. We are also beginning a community monitoring process to monitor wildlife. This experience of the Inidi, the indigenous communities, is of great value to us. I'll read out the 2 questions and then you can answer them in whichever order you preferred. Javier Torres asks, have you implemented any methodologies to connect the traditional knowledge to scientific knowledge? That's one question. The other question is from Victor Velez. He says, what follow-up or monitoring is done of released species? Let's begin by answering the first question. The methodology that is used is, as I mentioned, we're connecting the knowledge that the biologists have, all the scientific knowledge they have, and we connect this to the existing knowledge and know-how of the communities. Oftentimes, at the Institute, we met to see how we were going to compile data. This took us quite some time, and this was done with experts from both sides. So the community experts, together with the scientific experts from the institutions, and we reached an agreement on the fact that since what we needed was data, we could use a hunting form that involved both usage as well as what we have now, which is what exists in the territory. So, for example, what is placed is here Edgar, who is the expert hunter or hunter coordinator, he can correct me. But for example, what is placed is the number of species in each area. Like I said, the Ramsar site has biodiversity. So there are different species in each river. Say down the Nidia River or the Guaviare River or Atabaco. And the body of water that feeds into the river. So it's about saying, what do we need to register? The first is, what do we eat? It's difficult because we are 8 different ethnicities that are part of the Ramsar site, and each of us eat different animals. So perhaps what Edgar eats is very different to what I eat or I don't eat due to our cultures. So not each ethnic group eats the same animals. So there are some areas where there's a greater consumption of certain species. So we began to identify which animals we thought we could keep a register of. That was one of the conversations that took place. So as I said, one ethnic group ate a certain thing, another one didn't. So we reached an agreement of the fact that we would keep a registry of what each of the communities consume per sector, and that's the information we collected. And the graphs that I showed you identified these species by sectors. And that's why, because in each area there are different communities and ethnic groups. So that's how we have been able to prioritize the species included. And we connect the knowledge of the scientists with the know-how of the communities. The other question has to do with following up on the species or monitoring the animals that have been released. Well, we do not have a process to release the animals. What the monitors do is that they capture them there at home and release them right there. In other words, they're not taken anywhere as far as monitoring goes. We're referring to trafficking and what occurs in urban areas, because the work we do is in rural areas, indigenous communities. So release is something that occurs or is done by the environmental authority. So the monitoring process, when they capture for registering information, they are not taken from their habitat to register and then once again placed. Rather, they are registered in that same specific place and they are returned to that same place. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to hand the floor over to Catalina Gutierrez, who also has a question. Can you hear me? Yes, you can. Thank you very much. I think this exercise is very interesting, and it's an example of what many of our organizations are encouraging. I wanted to ask you if you have any advice or if you have any examples of something that you did accidentally or something that didn't work or something that you identified in the process and said, oof, this was key to being able to make this work or to be able to advance the process. I don't know if you have any tidbits or advice that you could share with us, because our desire is to continue supporting communities. Thank you. Well, I think this is something that we have discussed many, many times. We began this process with the Sinchi Institute, and the advice that we gave them was, let's strive to work with the communities directly. It was not easy because there were some people who couldn't read or write involved. Indigenous communities, sometimes it's difficult to access education in an indigenous community. But we believe that many of the failures of the project, and this is not to say scientific knowledge is not important, because we do appreciate it greatly. But I believe sometimes what leads to failure is when someone external comes to do field work. We call it field work. And the communities or the hunters or the women in the community become guides or become the person that take these people that accompany them or provide advice, but are never the main player or character or play an important role. So you might have seen that the plans that were shared today, we strive to share this process with those who were involved and involve them in the management plan for the Ramsar site. The indigenous communities themselves are the main characters. The authors behind this book is the community. It's us. And we are the ones that appear in all the pictures and videos, etc., but because it's the communities themselves who are the main characters behind this process. So this process no longer looks like a process that the Jeff is carrying out, but rather a process carried out by the communities with support from a project. So I believe the advice that I could share with you is that it's important to make these communities visible, because they have a lot that they can contribute. One of the biggest things that we've seen in this process and project is to have people leave behind their fear of participating in a meeting like this one. We're afraid, but in the past we wouldn't have been able to face our fears and sit up here. And now the monitors of fishing and fauna, men and women, are capable of joining a stage such as this one to share data on fish, on fauna, on flora, and not feel afraid to do so, because there's no one else telling us about what's happening. So if perhaps I lost the slide and I don't see the figure, but I can tell you about how we collected the data, because I know this. So this has to do with the way the institutions and the governments have operated. It's important to share with you that the local communities can contribute significantly to protecting our territories.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you, Rosa, for joining us in this amazing closure with this very beautiful experience exchange. And thank you very much to Edgar, the Sinchi Institute, and Corazón de la Amazonía organization for the progress that you've been making with the different communities of the Guainía Department in Colombia. In this way, we officially close our second high-level conference on illegal wildlife trade in the Americas. This is an event organized by the British government, also by the Colombian government, specifically the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development, and also by the city of Cartagena, as well as the UNDCP. Before finishing, I'd like Edgar to invite us all to go and visit the beauty of the Inírida region, the Cerros de Mavecure, and also the Estrella Fluvial de Inírida. Okay, so I would like to formally invite you all attending to the second high-level conference to the Department of Guainía, the municipality of Inírida. This is a land of many water bodies, and also the Mavecure Hills are located 2 hours away from Inírida municipality, which is in the flagship location of the Punay peoples, because the Cerro de Mavecure are of the Punay peoples, and this is where the Inírida princess Densiqueira is located. In Punay, this means the scented woman. Thank you very much, and you're most welcome there so that you can visit us. Thank you. Thank you very much, Edgar, and thank you to all attendees. And on behalf of the city of Cartagena de Indias, we say farewell and thank you to all who've joined us through the different streaming channels, through the YouTube channel in which we've been watching.